Alright, back to Caesar 3. You have an urgent dispatch, and this time it is not from Toga Boy, it's from our dear friend Palmar. Let's have a little flashbang and give it a read. What is happening this time? Here we go. Ave, my old friend, my dearest and most capable friend. I write to you not as consul, but as a man in dire need. You have consistently succeeded where others have failed, and I would not insult you with false pretenses now. Caesar is beginning to scrutinize the accounts, successes, and victories that I have claimed, perhaps too eagerly as my own. He demands repayment, and I find myself vulnerable. Sadly for both of us, your name also appears everywhere in these reports, tying our fates once again with the same thread. I wouldn't ask of this of you if there were any other option, but I need you to do what you do best. Build, organize, and succeed. The land I've scoured for you is truly impressive. Lush, vibrant, offering stunning views of rushing rapids and majestic waterfalls that cut through the landscape. The place has the potential to become a thriving city under your leadership. However, there's a complication. The river routes are turbulent. Ships transporting pottery must be brave in these dangerous waters, and traders are charging higher prices. I apologize for this inconvenience, but I believe in your ability to transform this challenge into an advantage. To lighten your load, I've already built 2 sturdy bridges across the river. My engineers assure me that they are fine work, strong enough to support trade and movement for years to come, so you won't be starting from zero. Never say I don't look after my own. All I ask, or rather plead, is for you to establish a city here and ensure its prosperity. I, by which I mean we, need the income, goods, and proof that we remain valuable in Caesar's eyes. You've accomplished much under my wing thus far, and even though I haven't always properly credited you in my reports to Caesar, I've caught most of the wine directed your way. I wouldn't turn to you unless everything depended on it, because it does. I just don't think at this age I'm cut out for galley life. Sincerely, Consul Palmar. So it now becomes clear why Caesar is just so cheesed off at us all the bloody time, despite everything that we've been doing. Palmar has been the one greasing the palms and signing the checks here, in his and my name. So he's been claiming all the credit, and everything that goes wrong, he says, oh, must have been that DDR Jake governor. He should be demoted even further, down to citizen rank. Okay, well, at least we get the backstory now. What is being asked of us here? We need to establish high level of housing quickly and repay the debts of your dear friend. Within 30 years, pottery availability will rise, but the prices are exorbitant. You have ample resources to create max-level housing, but the land is not as generous as the consul describes. You must pay Caesar's interest and debt repayments, or you will not have enough favor by the time limit. And pay attention to your favor. If it drops too low, there may be issues with the boys in blue. And you start at 20. 20's not a lot. Caesar will invade you at 10. And there's some changelog, because Palmar has done a lot of work tweaking this map. It's worth noting that this map is intended to be played without the forum, although it is enabled. I don't know why. I suspect Palmar wasn't confident that it was possible without the forum, but we will be playing it without it. So this map is intended to be played without sending gifts to Caesar. For some reason we always start with 30 denarii, but yeah, I mean, we could pay ourselves a salary. Caesar gets angry, but then we give him gifts so he's happy. But no, we are at citizen, we stay at citizen. I guess we have our 30 denarii with which we could give him a modest gift for 3 favor, but let's maybe just keep that in the back of our mind. So let's spend like half an hour doing what we normally do, which is looking at the map, scrutinizing what we have to do, how we're going to do it, and then spend like 4 to 7 hours actually building the city. I hate to think that my Caesar city building streams become routine, but that is what we do, and it's definitely what we're going to be doing here, because this map looks pretty bloody tough to build on. I'm sure you can tell, given the enormous amounts of raised and rugged terrain that we have. Or maybe you can't tell. Maybe I shouldn't make assumptions on your mental capacities, chat. We've known each other for years now. I always give you 30, says Palmar. That's the consul's generous stipend for you. Oh, God. Yeah, the taxes that one of my insulae pay, one of my hovels pay more than that. Right, so we have our entrance point here and our exit point here, as denoted by the entry and exit point. What is rather interesting is that, although it's not really relevant here, I cannot mine out the entry and exit points on this map, nor can I move them. Normally you can move them by putting them in range of a reservoir and then rotating the map. And there's this weird bug that, oh, pardon the hiccups here, there's this weird bug that makes them move and then you can mine them out, but that's, maybe we shouldn't get into that, it's not really relevant, is it? So, lots of rugged terrain, but a lot of this seems unreachable. Yeah, all of this area, all of this expanse here, and these natives, I don't know why they're there, they don't seem to serve any purpose. Although I do get the mission post. I think all of this raised land is unusable because you can't path towards the road to Rome, which is a necessity. If something can't reach the road to Rome, it's just useless. I mean, actually useless, it won't do anything for you. We have some really crappy building land down here. It is somewhat fertile, but there is these little Palmar pebbles everywhere. That's going to make it very difficult to set up any kind of real farming estate. Now, you want to put down your farms. It's like, oh, there's a rock, oh, there's a rock, oh, there's a rock. Okay, I can jam it between the rocks, but then where does the bloody road go? So that seems rather unsuitable. That said, there is a lot of land, so I guess you just have to muddle yourself a good bit of farming down here. Of course, it's not just farming, you can do fishing here as well. Huzzah! We actually have access to wharves, they're not just decorative fish. Decorative seagulls, rather. There's this entire raised area here. Now, raised land can be rather nice for desirability when you're building your houses up there. But once again, there are the Palmar pebbles all over the bloody place, so building anything cohesive up here is going to be a nightmare. Even though they do have access to the food, so it's not a complete lost cause. How about over here, by the rushing river rapids? You don't actually get elevated water, so you can't make rapids in this game. It's not like Stronghold, for example, where you can have waterfalls. They serve no gameplay purpose, but they do look pretty. Stronghold was a very beautiful game. Although Caesar is also beautiful. A lot of beautiful games around that time, and I had them all. This is a very promising looking bit of land for building on, but it's a bit further away from good farmlands or fishing lands, because of course there's all this helpful elevated terrain to block you having access to the water. I think you could shove a reservoir in here to water a bunch of the people up top, and I guess one over here to water some at the bottom. Maybe drag some water over here, but it's a bit hodgepodge. It's not pleasant. I mean, it's better than what we've seen so far, but this is still not a pleasant area to build on. I mean, I'm rapidly running out of places to build on. There is a significantly less pebbled area around here, so one could get rather a lot of farming done in this region. The pebbles are once again back over in this area, but this seems a bit better for farming overall. And you've got this large elevated area over here, probably for a ton of housing. Interesting. The way this map connects is very, very interesting. Is it even possible to bridge over here? It is. Okay, so one could bridge over this way to connect over. Otherwise, the way across is to come along, over, up the stairs, up these stairs, down these stairs, and then you get over to this. Yes, and in ancient Rome, stairs appearing in hills was a natural formation. Lost technology of today. It's like Greek fire. And then finally you get to the exit point. Is there any way to make a shortcut here? No, because Palmar put his bloody rocks in the way as usual. Don't know what it is with map makers and their love for small rocks. I think they just want to cheese me off with them. This is one big shortcut, but given the way it's been phrased about these being reliable bridges, I don't trust them at all. I did watch Baron play through this map. I don't recall him succeeding. I don't recall it ending, so I obviously didn't watch all of it. But I'm pretty sure there was an earthquake here that's going to sever this as a shortcut. And that will cause complications. The longer your walkers, immigrants, and traders have to go around the map, the harder it's going to be to spawn as many of them as possible. Map makers and I have something in common, I see. You know, Tarkin Rex, I was reflecting on how long you've been around, because aeons ago, back in the Mesopotamian era, when I added custom names to Caesar 3, you were part of the batch that got added. And I don't even remember how I did that, and I was looking into that recently. It has been a hell of a long time, Tark. Why are you still alive? Right, so what do we have access to on this map? Let's take a look at our buildings. We don't have the well. I don't know why I would want the well. Maybe Palmar thinks I'd put it down and do a little cheat. But little do you know that I can do that cheat even without the well. I'm just that good. Anyway, water looks fairly normal aside from lack of well. We have all the health. We have all of the godly buildings, including the all-powerful oracle, which seems very strangely generous as we have local marble. Do we have good places to mine marble? It's all well and good having these buildings, but if you can't mine, that's no good. This is a pretty good mining operation area. There's a difference between raised land and rocks. See, this land here, this is raised land. And these little pebbles are also just raised land. Rocks look like this. Raised land looks like this. And you might say, but Jake, those look the same. And I'd say, yeah, you're right. Even so, a cunning governor must use all of his senses. Is what I'm going to go with. Maybe if there's an earthquake, we could mine it out here. I am going to... Actually, this is probably important. We'll go through the rest of the buildings before I scour out for marble. Sorry, this is education, not entertainment. We have it all, including the mission post. I can use it to sponge up labor, but although it's a bit more clicking, the fountain is the more efficient thing for sponging up labor, and I'll probably use it here. I also think it looks slightly less bad. It's easier to put out of sight, out of mind. Let's see, we have all the entertainment buildings, including the hippodrome. So Consul Palmar was not kidding when he said that we can have the highest level of housing. But, and it's a pretty big but, where the hell do you fit a hippodrome on this map? There's space here, there's space here, and there's space pretty much nowhere else. These single rocks get in the way. So the question is, would I even want a hippodrome here? My answer is probably no, which will instantly give someone in the know an idea of what my strategy is. But no, I don't think I want a hippodrome on this map. I mean, I might. Hippodromes do boost prosperity by 1 per year, and they drink up a lot of labor, but they're agonizingly expensive at 2,500 denarii. In terms of government buildings, we have them all. We do have access to the forum, but we will not be using the forum. This map is intended to be played without gifts and without the forum. So I'm actually surprised why it's enabled here. I think it should have been kept off, but whatever. With no forum, let's just assume the forum isn't there. That means the only taxation we can do is with the Senate, which I'd love to preview if there was any flat grant. There we go. The Senate is a large, expensive building that employs a lot of people and really doesn't do much. It doesn't even improve desirability much. It has the same desirability boost as an oracle, if I recall. And yeah, oracles are pretty good, but they're good because they're 2x2 buildings that don't require road access. The Senate is a 5x5 building that does require road access. Horrifying. So I'm going to need to use that for my patricians. This is my only way to tax them. But I might also have to use this early on in the map to tax whatever my best plebeian houses are. Because you cannot ever instantly build patricians on a map. Patricians will require goods and services. Those goods and services require labor. And patricians don't work. So you will always require some plebes for your patricians. Is kind of true. You could actually have it that you have all patricians, but it's going to be a moment in time because it will instantly devolve. Because, for example, the fountains will stop working. Then they'll have no more water and die. And patricians don't like well water. Right, so all the other government buildings there are fine there. We have access to gardens. We do not have access to plaza. That's probably for the better. Plaza is extremely overpowered, but still, this map asks a lot of me, and if we need high-level housing, we need high-level desirability. I can't complain, right? If you get oracles and statues and gardens, it's a bit unreasonable to say, well, I want plaza, but, you know, you always want plaza. Notably, we have docks. I'll need to look for the best place to dock. And we have the wharf and... where's the shipyard? There's the shipyard. So we will actually need to consider how we get our food, including how we fish for our food, where we fish for our food. where we have our people to feed them. A lot to consider here. Baron is there in chat, and he's saying, I did indeed fail to beat the Mark II version of this map. Very narrowly, to be fair, McCain chimes in with. What rank is McCain? Well, I don't know. Given that I'm a citizen, heavens only knows. Right. We only have wall and gatehouse. I don't know why we have wall and gatehouse. Maybe the intention is for it to be activated and to make the city look nice? I mean, maybe. Anything's possible. But these buildings serve no purpose because I don't think there are any wolves on the map. So there's no point having walls and gatehouses to block them. Very notably, there are no prefects. Now, this might seem like not a big problem because there's no military threat in this map. We've been explicitly told that. But if your citizens start rioting, you can't beat them into submission with prefects. There's no fire risk here. You don't have to worry about that. But yeah, that does mean a riot is more or less game over unless you put down a lot of gladiators and lion houses to dispatch them. That's already asking for quite a bit. So let's make sure we don't get a riot. I'm not sure I've ever had a riot in a normal city that I built, and frankly, I don't know how you go about it. Baron keeps getting them, and I actually don't know how. Whenever I make my citizens angry... Well, let's take this moment to make sure that gods are vengeful. Whenever I make my citizens angry, they emigrate. They don't riot. So I actually don't know what Baron is doing to cause that. It's very strange to me. Right, local goods. It's easier to check that on this interface. We have vegetables, we have fruit, we have meat. So already we have 3 types of food. And that makes our patrician levels unlimited based on that alone. We have local oil from our olives. We do not have local wine. We have local weapons for some reason. Maybe we can export them. We have local marble. We have local furniture. So we have just about everything. But we don't have clay and pottery. We don't have wine. And there's something else missing here. Something else I'm sure is missing here. Oh, of course, wheat. There's no bleeding wheat. Wheat is my favorite food type, and we don't get access to it, which is a shame. You might think it doesn't make a difference considering we're playing on a northern map with this wet, boggy atmosphere, but wheat is more efficient. Market sellers will buy more of it and hold more of it in their markets, which is very useful in a lot of ways. No local wine, that makes the higher level of housing extra exciting, says Ninjin. Does it now? Means I have to pay through the nose to get wine. Hopefully it is just 2 types of wine and I don't have to import both vines and wine. Oh look, both vines and wine from Athens. Syracuse also sells me vines. Carthago... Okay, no, I do have to import vines and crush it into wine for my patricians to be extra happy. Is what you'd think, but actually, your patricians will be fooled by the same type of wine. If you just import wine from Athens and you have a wine workshop, even if it's not staffed, your patricians will think that there's a local wine here, when in fact you're just peeing in the wine supplies and they think it tastes more refined or unique or whatever it is patricians go through their heads. Right, what else is the trading situation? Athens will buy a butt ton of furniture, which sounds very, very good. They buy weapons as well. Syracuse will buy raw materials. I can make that wood and I can dispatch that wood. There's vegetables as well. I don't think I want to sell iron. Iron, you know, rather have my marbles. Speaking of marbles, Carthage will buy those. And then there is Thamagadi. Thamagadi is a land trader. And land trade is going to be very awkward on this map. Very awkward indeed. I prefer to make local wine and swap out the labels and tell them that it's imported, says Baron. That is the cheaper solution. But it costs more on labor. And I wonder how much free labor I'm going to have on this map, because making dense housing is going to be tough. Normally, as I'm sure you're aware, I like to build lots and lots of small insulae, because small insulae house a lot of people, they have reasonable prosperity, they have reasonably low demands, they don't need a lot of desirability, and they pay so much taxes. But in this map, they won't really be paying taxes, because we can't put down forums to tax them, and they require pottery, which I'm told becomes exceedingly expensive on this map. None of the prices here seem to have changed already. Maybe that will come in time. That might say stockpile the pottery to me, but no, I don't want to stockpile. I want to spend as much of this money as I can making more money, maxing out my exports if I can, and then driving forward as best I can. Right, we won't be starting from here, though. I want to take a deeper look at this map, so I'm going to drag the delete tool over the entire map, spending 7,200 denarii, destroying everything. Although it won't let me destroy the bridge for some reason. Oh, it doesn't let you destroy multiple bridges. You can stay. This is the map in its very naked state. No trees. Don't do this, by the way, because then you have no way to get your wood. Is what I would say, except... Yeah, there we go. Raised land still has trees in it if you raise land over trees in the map editor. So I can, for example, put those down there. I won't, of course, but I just wanted to show that it's possible. Trees are not consumed, by the way. In fact, if you put down a timber yard and then delete the adjacent trees, the timber yard will still work somehow. What I'm curious about is where I can go mining. We have iron mine locally, we have marble locally. And the closer I can get it to the entry point, the happier I'll be. Not that close, though. That blocks the entrance, which will make some people rather unhappy. Also, we should probably have this back. Chunk. Otherwise, it'll complain that the road to Rome is destroyed. What a monster! Committing the crime of deforestation on a Palmar map. Let's see. Oh, this is pretty cruel. You could put the mines over here, but it specifically blocks the road to Rome. So with that in mind, I should probably just drag a road out here and a road out here so I know that these are untouchables. Right. This might look alright, but there's no way to access this raised land here, so sadly these won't operate. You might think what you could do is something like there. Ooh, making this look bad. You might think what you could do is something like this. So it gets labor access, and then it mines out the marble, and then, you know, you're happy. And it puts the marble over in a warehouse over here. This doesn't work, because destination walkers will not walk if they still can't path to the road to Rome. So this would get labor access, but it just won't work. A bit of a shame. The opposite would work, however. If you had the housing up here, and you had the industry down here, the industry can walk along this road to get labor access and do whatever they want here, because down here they can access the road to Rome. Houses don't care about the road to Rome as much. There are some little itty-bitty ways that they do, but let's not get into that. This game is full of nebulous knowledge, much of which I have, but I keep finding gaps in it, gaps which I plug at every opportunity. So I'm scouting around trying to find somewhere to desperately do some mining that isn't aeons away from the entry point, and it looks like I'm searching in vain. You see, that's a fun joke if you're a German out there, because I'm looking for veins of marble and iron, but my search is in vain. It's a play on words, you see. Very funny. Okay, I can get one crappy little marble mine over here. That's not very good. I prefer to concentrate my industry. I don't like doing Soviet-style dispersed industry, so naff to that. Good lord, Palmar has not offered me a lot of mining spots close to the entry point. I mean, we're far away from the entry point now anyway, but it seems that is just not happening. It's worth spending some time looking for this because generally you don't have a lot of housing where your industry is. A little bit for access, but industry is generally ugly. Some industries are quite pretty, though. Ooh, hello. Opportunity. People, for example, enjoy living near fruit farms and wine farms and olive gardens. And the wine presser is not a very undesirable neighbor. In fact, sometimes I wonder if it isn't desirable from a slight distance. I just popped a vein about that joke. He gets it. Again, there's lovely raised rocks here, but we can't access it because it's on raised land. Jesus, not a lot of availability here. I suppose that means this is your bulk area for mining. And it's not a very good one either. Well, actually, you know what? It's not bad. It's not bad at all. That's a lot of mining opportunity over here. Oh, wow, and it gets better before it gets worse. Unlike Wintermute. Sorry, we shouldn't bring that up during a Caesar stream. That should be taboo. Alright, let's just assume that this is where our heavy mining industry is going to live. We could have something like this. Again, that one little rock is in the way for making this into a really, really nice setup that doesn't have a forking path. But Palmar put down his pebble and we have a forking path. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is a good number. What was our trade quota availability anyway? So Athens wants to buy 1 load of weapons. And Thamagari want to buy 2 loads of weapons. That's 15 and 25, 40 weapons. 40 weapons and 15 marble. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's 9. Okay, in that case we have 4 marble and 5 iron. The 5 iron will crank out a little less than the... a little less? That's a little more. Alright. Maybe I should write this stuff down. I'm gonna be redoing the numbers if I don't write it down somewhere. I keep a little notepad next to me while I'm streaming, but it's mostly full of Caesar stuff. Yeah, I'm just seeing these little diamonds drawn with numbers of buildings in certain places. But anyway, note to self, do 4 times marble and 5 times iron. That way I assure myself that I actually have the space to fling it in there. Very good. So I'll be looking to have some industry over here very early, and it's not close to the entry point. I have to come in, around, over, through, and up, and live here. Which probably means... Oh, that is extra ugly. Okay, I'm not going to have my initial settlement be here. It's way too far away. We're just going to have some labor access, some crummy industry. How crummy? Doesn't have to be that crummy. It's a distance going over here anyway. It's a little bit far, but not too far. Especially since they don't all have to be over there. Yeah, I mean, I could even have a bunch of them over here. Yeah, I could just have a very densely packed amount of work done there. Here's the follow-up question, though. Right, most of the weapons get sold by land. The marble goes out by sea. In fact, when it comes to selling, everything but a bunch of the weapons goes out by sea. So this is fine for the land trade route. How exactly do we sell things by sea? Where's the dock location? Okay, that's very inconvenient. Oh, crap. Let's get rid of you. Put down a ship bridge. And then put down the dock. Where do the boats come from, anyway? Ah, there's the flotsam. So the boats come in through, and I assume they leave this way. That's an assumption, though. We know what assumptions do. They make an ass out of you. There's a double dock location here. Could be relevant. I'll take... Okay, there's also a dock location here. That's not great in terms of options. Given the amount of seaborne trade that we have, I probably want the double dock location rather than these single docks. And I do not recommend having, say, 1 dock here, 1 dock here. Because there's no channeling certain boats to certain docks. They'll just go wherever. Although, again, it's quite far from the entry point. Ugh, unpleasant. Yeah, the god settings are set to vengeful. There is a new patch from Pyre to make that always remember to do that, but I have not applied it yet.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
Palmar has once again put his name on our achievements here. Ah, some governors never change. Right, so knowing that my docks are going to be over here, what does that tell me? Tells me some very bad news, actually. Oh, some extremely bad news. That is not a great place for for my industry. If my heavy mining and refining is done over here, but they're being sold partially over here, what does that mean for us? It means that I'm going to want 1 or 2 warehouses set to getting weapons here. I could make that work actually, because they could be warehouses that accept low-tier goods also, like underproduced vegetables and olives. So this is actually going to be import-export. The question is, what do I import? We're going to need to import pottery. Is that it, though? Well, no, there's wine, isn't there? Fortunately, this isn't too far away from where I'm planning on having my patricians. I plan to have my patricians over here. It's a pretty good area for it, ignoring those mines. You know, it has a relative lack of Palmar's pebbles right here. I think we can make this work. So the patricians live here. They're going to need their food from here and some extra fluff from here. That gives me all this area for plebeians. Industry. Maybe more industry. I think a lot of my crappy plebes are going to live over here. Plenty of opportunity to feed them. I should also check how my wharfing situation looks. I also need to consider how people get around my map when the inevitable earthquake strikes here. Even if I hadn't seen the earthquake hitting here in Barrenstream, I would have intuited that there was going to be an earthquake there. I need a ship bridge so the ships can leave. Well, I think I do. It's good to know that I can have it there. Is there a fishing point here? Yeah, there is apparently. That's actually a pretty good point for it, because it doesn't get in the way of any potential wharfing, does it? To my immense surprise, a wharf works here. Oh, there was a dock position here. Am I going to want another dock here? I might. Let's keep that open. Wonder if I can sell fish. Fish is a very, very efficient source of getting food. It even beats wheat in some situations. That said, feeding people multiple types of food only causes you pain. It's a very bad thing to do most of the time. Somewhat agonizingly, this actually looks like a pretty good place to make Grand Insulae. Because it would be pretty good to feed them fish and vegetables and have a bunch of Grand Insulae up here. And Grand Insulae pay a butt ton of taxes. But they would need pottery, and I fear the expense of doing that. Also need to consider that the third type of food is going to be needed over here for my patricians, but that looks relatively trivial to do. To be honest, I think 3 wards over here will handle it quite nicely. I thought you weren't using forums. Yeah, there's no forums. But that doesn't stop me using a Senate to tax the Grand Insulae until I get my patricians operational. You know, you can put down the Senate, but you can still delete it and then put it somewhere else. Well, come on, that's Kynwyn. Kynwyn knows this. But yeah, but until I get my patricians online, there is a consideration of having Grand Insulae. But I think that's folly. I think the better thing to do is to make a ridiculous amount of small casa around here. Yes. Yes, it's going to be a long and rather awkward road around here. But I'm probably going to want to maximize the old... Oh, there's wasted space here. I don't like that. But yeah, probably going to have a very long and elaborate setup here. Something like, but not necessarily this. No, definitely not this, but, you know, like it. And then populate it with as much small casa as I can. Because small casa is the best you can get without requiring pottery. However, small casa when when I need 100 prosperity. I don't know about that. I'm going to run the numbers quickly. Hold on. I have a little tool for this. It's called Blobber's Stolen Caesar 3 Maths, because Blobber made it and I stole it. If I had... Okay, yeah, this will work. I don't want to reveal what my plan is for the patricians just yet, but I just wanted to check that ideas will work with small casa. But yeah, tons of casa around here. And we just crank out as much food as we can for them. Maybe I do have to give them multiple types of food. The problem is that they will only eat the vegetables first, and then they will eat the fish. So there's definitely going to be food distribution issues. The vegetables are going to be strained very hard. The alternative is that I somehow segregate the food. Segregating the food would be tough. But I've done a lot of tough things in this game. What I could do, for example, is set it up so that this brings all the fish over to somewhere here. And then it feeds all of these suckers. And then we have a bunch of vegetable farms around here. God knows how many I can shove in here, but I will imagine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I bet with some real crunching I could put 20 of them in here. 20 times... I guess 3,200 people. And then the fisheries could probably do similar. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know. I don't know where the exact fishing points are, but... yeah, it's probably going to look a bit like this. Fish on one side, veggies on the other. We segregate at whatever point I think I can feed the right amount of people. Yeah, so the plebes are up here. And then somehow we get more plebes over here and patricians here and maybe more plebes here, and I think we've got it. So I haven't really talked about the big issue with this map. Does it show up yet? No, it doesn't. But the Emperor is very angry with me. On this map, Toga Boy is going to demand a lot of money from me. And it doesn't seem fair to jump in without knowing the exact amount. Let's come out of this. Do I need to save any of what I've built here? No, I think I can remember the important parts, which is dock here, fish here, mining here. We should talk about something very important about this map. Mark 6, Mark 6. The Emperor has some demands. He wants a lot of money. This is apparently to pay off the debts that Palmar has accrued. Now, given that my stipend is 30 denarii per map that I build, how has Palmar accrued debts in the hundreds of thousands of denarii level? I don't know. I really don't know. Palmar never sets a start date on his maps for some reason. At least I don't think he does, so... I think it's set to 500 BC. Uh-huh. And yet we have Athens and Thamagari as trading partners. He probably bet win on your State of Decay challenge. Who would do that? I kept saying how difficult a challenge it is. Right, so the main gimmick, if you will, of this map is that you need to make obnoxious amounts of money using only one senate. So you won't be able to tax collect everybody in your city. With some very clever thinking, you could actually set it so your taxman visits most of your city, but you'd have to have it very densely put together, and I don't think we're going to be doing that here. Let's not look at anything else in the map editor. I don't like spoiling the map that way, but it seems very prudent to know what we're dealing with. Alright, I haven't even spent an hour talking about the map, but I guess we better start it now. But where and how? Paying 9,000 in 7 years, is that feasible? One thing we do get in this map is a lot of starting funds. So I think it's absolutely vital that we start up our industry. I want to export all the furniture to Athens that I can, all the weapons to Athens that I can, marble to Carthage, and the weapons to Thamagari. So, no sense pussyfooting about it. We're going to be building our industry here rapidly. But, well, no buts, I suppose. Just has to be done. Don't want to tear down all of this because wait, hang on. How does my furniture go away? Furniture goes away by boat. Since we decided our docks will be over here, it probably makes a lot of sense for our furniture to be done somewhere around here. Unfortunately, these stairways are really chaotic. But I wonder... There's no arable land up here, is there? That would be maybe too good. No, if I could feed people up here, that would be rather nice. I like my people living on the elevated land. It's very desirable. But I don't want to waste space. There's not a lot of space. This map is scary. Are there enemy invasions? Only if I cheese off Caesar. And Caesar is already very angry. I think I need to spend quite a lot of this money clearing trees, actually. I know it's a bit of a crime to clear Palmar's trees. He does make his forests look very good on his maps. But needs must. Keep some around so I can use them for my industry, but... The double dock goes over here. I want my industry here. I want people living around here. Probably going to want a road that runs across here and gets labor access. But I probably... I shouldn't value the highly raised land that much. Just put people wherever people should go. I'm also going to need a bridge that comes over here, right? Yeah. Let's just bite the bullet on that cost right now. Is there a way all the way over here through all your trees, Palmar? Yes, there is. Do all the maps have time limits? Most of them do. And you should put in a time limit, because otherwise what you can do is you can put down a few tents, a barracks, and your forts, and some minor industry. And then you will constantly make money, send Caesar gifts every now and then to keep him happy, beat back all the invasions, make loads of money, and just build your city sandbox style. Having time pressure forces you to actually play the game. Notably, none of the career missions have time limits. Which is part of why they're so easy. I was going to lament my 1 hour loss to Caesar. It hasn't even started. A lot of planning has started. Now it's the doing. Doing is very intimidating in Caesar. Because you can't freely move buildings, there's a lot of finality in what you place. I know you can delete them, but uprooting often has a lot of problems with it. If I build too early, things might collapse, but I don't think it'll be a huge problem. I'm just trying to think how and where the industry goes here. I think I need my timber yards up over here. How much furniture am I able to export again? I think it was 3 timber yards worth. You, however, at Syracuse, I do buy lumber, and I should probably sell everything I can. So if you buy that much timber, then I should probably have 6 places making me wood here. Is such a thing even possible? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is 5 okay? 5 is almost okay. It's a little lower than fulfilling all of the demands. And it does allow me to have a warehouse that I know will be partially empty so it can get weapons. And wood doesn't sell for much. I think there's actually something to be said for underselling here. Oh, but what if Caesar wants timber? I don't know what... Oh no, Caesar demands, we've seen them. It's all money. So I don't need to worry about Caesar demands. Okay, that frees me up a little bit. So we're going to have our wood produced here. It needs to go to processing. But it also needs labor. Well, we have plenty of opportunity to put labor access up here. It's very nice, actually. They're going to have an inherent desirability bonus by being this far up. So good for them. I'm going to need a lot of manufactories around here, but I have space for it. Do I want this access here? No, I think I want them going down this way. But I may need something else coming out here. Maybe more of the manufactories happen here. So the lumber industry is going to be fine here, and it's going to connect up to the docks, and there's plenty of space for farm stuff and whatnot later. But yeah, let's just get these people in first. Now, something I'm going to be doing on this map, because there is such a long distance to go from the entry point, I'm going to not do mergers for a while. I'm going to have them as 1x1s. I'm even going to evolve them as 1x1s. And then that way we maximize the amount of immigration, and then I will merge them. That is something I don't often do. That is actually something I never do. But given the demands on this map, I think I need as many people in this bleeding map as quickly as I can. Is this the Augustus mod? No, I don't actually like the look of Augustus. I've never played it. I just like my vanilla Caesar 3 experience. And Julius gives me vanilla with quality of life, and that is perfect for me. I'm sorry if my voice sounds a little ropey today. What was I up too late doing last night? I was all ready for bed, and then Baron started a long dark stream, so of course I had to watch that for a while. And then when that was done, I had an overwhelming urge to look at videos of cute deer and mooses, of which there were not as many as I would have expected. I thought YouTube would have been awash with videos like that. I couldn't find many. And rather annoyingly, there was a lot of AI-generated content, which disgusted me to the core. I don't like spending hundreds upon hundreds of denarii clearing Palmar's beautiful trees, but I can't deny that I'm going to need this space for my plebes. Cute deer, sure. Cute moose, considerably more of an oxymoron. I think they're really cute. But I think large animals are cute. I find elephants very cute. Baby hippos are cute. The fully grown hippos may be less cute, right? The gnashers on those lads. This is such an intimidating thing to build, because very early on I need to commit myself to how the plebes are going to be living. And yeah, that just doesn't sound right, does it? You know, plebes living. And the rocks are in the perfect position just to get in the way of a good straight road over here. Freaking Mar. I think he knows what he's doing. Signing my name on the accounts book as well. So it's still not a particularly short distance for the plebes to come in, but I'm not building here. This is going to be farming the vegetables for these people. Vegetables over fish early on? Probably, maybe. Yes. Let's go with yes. I'm a little unhappy at this space not being properly put to use. Maybe I could even do a loop here. I'm not keen on that, because it makes entertainment a little harder to do, but I could just periodically put down a theater, and the theater walker will, well, walk around for them. The important thing is just to get as many of these freaking plebes living here as possible. The land is already elevated, so it's going to be desirable for them. So we won't worry about that for now. The worrying can come later. Is that going to merge? Absolutely not. But that's okay, we can put some other building there. And then there's down here. And I will want this done immediately. This is an incredibly awkward place to be building. I don't know how well the difficulty of building on this map comes across, but the elevation, the ruggedness, these freaking one-by-one rocks everywhere, which Palmar's probably laughing his little arse off about, in addition to cooking the books with my name on them, make it so much harder than it has to be. call them helper rocks then. They help you to be a better governor. I don't like this. I didn't come here for a loop. I think I have to forgo the arable land here and use this as a fish-fed plebeian area, because I can probably grow enough vegetables to satisfy plebes here. Probably, I'm not sure. And then fish for people on the lower ground. I know I'm going against what I just said I was planning to do, but I am. Okay, so we've placed down the road here. The entry points comes in. I will not place any housing over there until I've also placed access, labor access over here. The reason being that if I put this down as my first housing, all the immigrants are going to flood in for this before they come here and here. And I desperately need them over in these latter two places for the labor access for the industry. Sorry, trees, you gotta go. I need to mine this land. But yeah, I do think mining, processing, kind of stomping my foot here trying to think about this one. Carthago's marble demands are quite low. Didn't we say we were able to squeeze in a few marble quarries around here? Or was it just one? That won't actually work over there. No, okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have a couple of warehouses that get weapons and marble. I think about, well, maybe one gets weapon, one gets marble. Or maybe they both do, I'm not sure yet. Because this is only a 15 quota of marble. And this is only a 15 quota of weapons. If both are produced over here, it's not that much of an overhead for a couple of warehouse guys to go and get these. I think they can get that done in a year, as long as I've got two warehouses doing it. And those warehouses will stock the excess lumber and probably vegetables. Yeah, probably. Still not convinced about labor access down here. Let me think about this for a moment. The dock has to go here and here. I have R for road. I never use my bleeding hotkeys. The road's going to come here one way or another. It's going to look like that, right? Yeah. In fact, that road could have come out a little bit more, but never mind that. Never mind that, and he minds it. You and your freaking rocks. Right, it's quite important that the warehouses that do the bulk of the trading are very, very close to the docks. The problem is there's a lot of warehousing that's needed here. There's a lot to import and a lot to export. I don't have a problem putting these things down ahead of time. Warehouses never catch fire, which isn't relevant on a northern map like this, but they also never collapse. There are, of course, exceptions to that. Earthquakes will make them collapse, and adjacent fires will make them burn. Try to avoid both of those things. Let me think. Wooden weapons, vegetables, and marble. We're going to need somewhere for the imported wine and whatnot, otherwise there's a lot of other things to export. Basically, huge demand for warehouses, and they need to be close to the docks, so it's going to look a lot like this. Oops, don't empty the warehouse, just deny everything. Okay, very good. And then the rest of this space is going to be used, hopefully not for more warehouses. That seems all right to me, because they will get labor access over here. But at the same time, it should be a little bit more secure, right? For example, somebody living over here would be nice. It's not a lot of space for farming or refining, though. What can we do about that? We have a bit more space over here that's not being utilized, so what we could do is a bit of a crossroads over here. Anyone remember that god-awful song? See you at the crossroads, crossroads. I wish that wasn't still living in my head, but the best I can do is share it for you. That might open up a little bit more, but it also means that I want a bit more labor access. Best place for that? If they're walking along here and walking back up, then they'll get this anyway. I think I might put it here. Sure. It's not amazing, but I think that will do. Yeah, okay. That's what'll happen here. If the need really arises, we have more space for manufacturing up here. Alright, good. Oh, hang on. These people are going to need water. Somewhere down the line there's going to have to be a reservoir. I think it's right here. That makes this very undesirable, but that's fine. We can fix that in due time. So that's industry kind of sorted out. How do I set up access over here? There's going to be a lot of mining work done along here. Lots and lots of mining work done along here. In the end, there's going to be a road that comes along here, right? I would like to ghost these marble quarries, but that's not possible. And just putting in my head where exactly the building work goes, so I know where the road is going to go. I think it's somewhere along here, but it has to get up these stairs one way or another, right? Right. My question is, can I get a merger around here? Get a merger here. And the road can still go along there. Alright, alright. That doesn't block any fancy crap, does it? Yeah, it does. In that case... He's looking, he's thinking, he's not appreciating. Alright, here's what we'll do. It comes up this way. Donk. And then this will be where you are. It's not very desirable, but that's a problem for future. Future Palmar, as the books will dictate in the future. Here's a labor access for now. But I said it'll be coming up here for manufacturing. Do I really believe that? I can't think of any better things to use this land for, but couldn't I do more manufacturing over here? After all, it is just marble and weapons. And the weapon manufacturing is going to number in the 10. 10 of them's quite a lot. Probably need to have something along the lines of this, which will be a lot easier if there is another bit of labor access here. Couldn't put another labor access bit here if I wanted to. Do I want to? I don't think it's necessary. I struggle to see how people wouldn't get all the labor access that they need. Is there a way to stop or stagger migration into waves? Yeah, people won't immigrate into your city if city mood is really bad, so you can make your city mood purposely bad enough to block immigration. But you have to be careful not to have them start revolting against you and stealing from your tax people. All right. So get our initial wave of people in here. Get this operational. Where do they deliver their goods to? I would like it to be further away down this way so these walkers don't have to go so far, but that might be asking a bit too much already. Because this is a good area for plebe housing. Maybe just accept that it's going to be up this way. My warehouse pushers can surely handle it. Yeah, I guess so. You'll be getting the weapons, you'll be getting the marble, and then we'll have that set up later on. Right, so we want our initial immigrants coming in. I'm going to say this, by the way. If all else fails, I don't want to start from the very start. Let's start from our planning here. This is DDR Jake, River Rapids, Stream 01. Oh, for some reason I put a space between that normally. That doesn't sound like me. Stream 01. Long names that get to the point of what I'm doing. Alright, so I want my first immigrants coming in and going there.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Immigrants plural, thank you. And then we want to start building up this land. Again, I don't really care about their needs whatsoever. Those will be filled in due time. Oh, this is a little ugly. Well, more than a little ugly. As I mentioned earlier, I will not be going for merging anytime soon. I will even evolve them without merging them. I suppose I would make an exception to that if I really needed them to merge. For example, this. I want that to merge. Because I want to be able to build further away from the road, but then it doesn't work properly if I don't do it like this, so needs must. So I'll have you guys in there merging. And I'll have you guys doing that there as well. Will I, though? I mean, I could just easily have you here. I should really avoid wasting money like this. I mean, that, for example, is prime merger territory. Get in there. Gosh, do I need a lot of people in here. I love this merger map mode. Some people are disgusted by it. Oh, those people don't know what they're talking about. So I'm putting down single tiles mostly. I think I will actually make you merge. You're a little awkward where you are, because it improves the amount of people that come in during immigration. Floods them in. Do I ever want a 3x3 here? I don't know about that part yet. 2x2 here for something else. Lots and lots of mergers we can get around here. That's a no-go. That's a yes-go. I hope I'm able to tell later on where I am deciding these mergers can go. There's a chance that I'll forget. There's a pretty good chance. Some people are disgusted by it for fun rather than actual disgust. I mean, the end result from my perspective is all the same. These people are still voicing disgust at me. Alright, I think I can infer what I am planning here by what I see. But given that these are going to be small tents for quite a while... Oh my god, I didn't consider water. I can't water half those people. Oh, mistakes have been made. How could I overlook something so basic? Most of those idiots can't get water. What about these idiots? Most of them can, but not all. Ooh, yeah, mistakes being made and we haven't even unpaused. None of these people are actually going to work, which means the whole design is flawed. As expected from a clerk. I'm not even a clerk. I'm a citizen. Why am I being tasked with building Rome's future? Well, this is more than a little awkward. That means the very best we can do is water out to, I think, that distance. So yeah, all of these people aren't going to be watered. What in the world do I do with all that space then? It's kind of useless. It's just taking up space. Concerns perhaps for the future. At least I can shove all of their amenities up there, but I can't always have my houses merge over here, so it's not even all that useful for me much of the time. One of Rome's finest citizens. One of. Alright, alright. Knowing what we know, for now we have all the information. I can't use this area, so let's not focus on mergers there, but let's focus on mergers just about everywhere else around here. That's a no-go. That's a yes-go. That's another Tesco. This is actually a yes-go. I just put that there and do the merger later. This is a nice 3x3, but I don't know why I'd even want a 3x3. The fact that it's a 3x3 does bother me a bit, though. I mean, couldn't I do more if I brought it out a bit? Because doing that opens up this as a 2x2. Without really denying me anything that I can tell. And then I end up with another 3x3 area here. Boy, I would benefit from a lot of planning, huh? We can get water up here, that's no big deal. But we cannot really go further than this rock. Yeah, this wouldn't work very well anyway. This would work, but it needs a little bit of love. That's actually safe to do because I know this won't be a merger. And we're sure we can water up there? Sure as sure can be. Yeah, barely, but yes. Yes, we can. This is expensive. Building housing is expensive. I got 10 denarii a pop, and there are a lot of pops going on. Them freaking pops, man. Is this going to be enough? I haven't really kept track of how many of these things I've built now. Somewhere in the region of a lot. Annoyingly, this and this are not merger points, so that doesn't work for housing. Not currently, at least. I think I want you there, so I just get the merger straight away. And you can do your own thing in due time. As can you. Okay, maybe that'll be enough for now. Just get those people in. Get them working, because I need those exports started up ASAP. I'm actually going to save that as Mark II, given the mistakes I made. And let's start having these people flood in. Gosh, I spent about 50 minutes talking about the map and then 30 minutes just to lay down my first stuff. And the stuff I've laid down is hideous. Well, why worry about it?
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
There is a path through this, right? Yes. And from here... Yes, they can get up to the places that I put down for them. Ninjin has found the favor loss calculation, and it is indeed hard-coded, and the code is a bit messy, but it shouldn't be hard to make it relative to the gain. So one of the issues with this map was Palmar wanted it so that if you ever failed one of Caesar's demands, he'd get really angry and invade you. So he set it to 100 favor or so. But that didn't work out so well, because although you'd get 100 favor for fulfilling a demand, you wouldn't lose 100 favor for failing it, so sadly didn't work out. No point having the docks until we have anything to sell. And what exactly is the industry that we have over here? Can't I sell oil? Actually, no. Nobody buys my oil. It's olives, vegetables, wood, and furniture. The furniture is the one I should get onto first. So the timber yards are going to be erected. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Shouldn't be difficult for them to get labor access over here. Shouldn't be difficult for them not to fall bloody down. Just thinking what can be built here. I'm going to shove you here. Most of the time you should be able to make that. Engineers have extremely long walker paths after all. And then labor seekers come out. They go to these tents. They drink all of my unemployment. And then the furniture will start being produced. And then once the furniture is ready, I'm going to start putting down the other things. Also, we want to get going on that marble. Begin the marble madness. Hope there aren't issues with you getting labor around here. Because it could be, if you just keep not walking over here, but I think they will. This is such a short period, they will definitely walk over to that. Is what I will claim. Engineer walking here will see to that, so you should be able to handle everything. Hopefully it's immediately clear why I need so many people in this map immediately. And people will come in, they'll either have 5 people or they'll have...
I've heard there are jobs.
Wait, 2? Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Normally when people arrive it's 1 or 5, but there we got 2. And I don't think it was 2 ones. Well, whatever. As many people as we can on the double, please. I'll think about watering you and feeding you later. For now, the goods are needed. Alright, well, the furniture is surprisingly already coming out. Of course, I built this in just such a way that I... 1, 2, 3... I should have this out one more. Then I can have all my furniture workshops here. Let's start with 4, maybe start with 5, and then the other 5 will come later. Probably more over in this direction, but I don't know. This is some nice real estate, and I'm not putting it to good use, am I? I do something like that. Then I can use both sides of it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sure. Labor access shouldn't be a problem. You either hit it there or there. And again, the engineers should be able to cover everything without too much hassle. I need those people flowing into my city, please. Get into your work camp tents. I have so much work for you people to do. Any moment that I have unemployment, we're going to start being a jobs creator. The warehouses are actually eating up quite a lot of my workforce. It's 6 per warehouse, but I wanted them for planning purposes. I saw it as important, so it must be important. The work camp tents. I mean, what else am I meant to do? I need money immediately. I can't focus on feeding them yet. As soon as I have all these other people working, then we'll get to that. But for right now, we cannot. Right, so the furniture is going to be made. The furniture is going to go out to somewhere, I guess here. And then we're going to start selling that furniture. I would quite like to even just initially get some vegetables and olives going. You buy a lot of vegetables. This needs to be the first one though, right? Weapons and furniture. Ah, but the marble as well. Okay, well the marble comes with olives, so that I can get rid of first. How many furniture workshops do I need again? I think I only actually need 6. I'm telling myself I need 10, but no, we're actually meant to build excessive amounts of lumber as well. So I could probably put down the final one of these, right? 1, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, that's fine. Get the furniture out there for now. Does that mean that... I wonder if the timber people have to go too far. Maybe I can shove the timber over here, for example. Yeah, I'll get the timber here. And then have you get marble. And then over here, I can have olives, but you get weapons. And then we want to start making some olives around here. It's a desirable neighbor to have, so putting it over here is not a big deal. Womp, womp, womp. I think I said I wanted this area for something, probably the reservoir. Although, wouldn't the reservoir look nicer over here? Wouldn't block so much. Yeah, it really wouldn't block so much. He's thinking. He's doing a lot of thinking, maybe even too much of it. There's not too much processing that needs to be done around here, so I don't think it's a big deal just to slam down some farms willy-nilly. And 1, 2, 1, 2. It's just one bit too far here. But there's space up here. Well, there would be space if Palmar didn't put his freaking rocks everywhere. There you go. There's a bit of olives to get things flowing. So as I said, one of these will accept the olives and get the other stuff. They might actually be struggling on labor. I might benefit from giving them just one more bit of more internalized labor access, especially over here. This actually looks like an alright place for it because it's relatively desirable being next to this olive farm, although it doesn't get the elevated land. Alright, sure, that'll do. These goods have to flow. And then once they do, we get them exported on the double. And then, of course, iron is going to need to start flowing too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe is what we said. It better be, because it's what I've built. I even wrote it in my notebook, right? Maybe I should have referenced it. Yeah, 5 iron, and there's no iron export that I'm going to be doing. I think that's a waste of time. We export weapons. Yeah, that should be fine enough for labor access. And then we just shove weapon workshops everywhere that we can around here once we can. We'll go with an initial... I want this to be an easy access bit around here, but... It's not without its complications. Nothing lines up the way I want it to around here. And yeah, weapon workshops are highly undesirable, but whatever. You're getting a couple of them over there for now. There, that'll do for now. I have to keep in mind that there's some gods, and these gods are likely to be unhappy with me. For now, I will put these over here. And if they're going to be there, they're going to need some engineering. So there you go. And they're not very happy with me right now, but I'm sure that's fine. Well, not even the first year. We do have a lot of people in and a lot of industry going, and the people continue to flood in, so it's actually a good sign so far. And there's the first of our marbles, and the guy over here should be getting the marble. Should be a cart pusher somewhere around here that's on his way for that marble. Should be. I did send someone to get marble, right? Accepting olives, getting weapons. Accepting timber, getting marble. We'll go and get the bloody marbles. What are you doing? Does he have a way over to them? You can obviously path to here. Here can path to here. Here can path to here. And then you're there. Maybe he's just taking a smoke break. Hopefully he's just taking a smoke break. What's taking him so long? Where is my furniture going, by the way? I guess over here is fine. Although, yeah, over there is fine. And then let's get our first dock operational and start selling that stuff. Yeah, go with the choo-choo of the... oh, the wrath of Mars is upon me. The bitter anger of Mars is upon you. Smile swiftly if you so dare. You have no military assets this day. Mars will not be so lightly insulted. Well, that's obviously not true. He will be lightly insulted by me. Why is this not going and getting marble? Maybe they need to have a minimum amount of marble in their destination place for them to go and get it. Oh, well, he's off now, so that's probably the case. That or he really was taking a smoke break. This is where the weapons go. Goody goody gumdrops. I need a lot of weapon workshops. I guess I said I'd shove them over here, didn't I? Out of sight, out of mind. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. I can build the rest. Well, actually, I can build it now. We have unemployment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. Engineer post again over here just so nothing breaks down. My industry is somewhat important. And yeah, the dock, because it's time to start selling stuff on the double. I will open that trade route to Athens, and the most important one. And we'll tell Athens to buy our weapons, buy our furniture. Of course, there's also the marble from Carthage, huh? Alright, sure. And that's by boat too, huh? There's also olives, huh? Alright, buy my olives. Syracusae will buy wood, but there's no need to open that just yet. Thamagadi will buy weapons. We don't really have them en masse yet. Wait, am I imagining things? Oh, the dock isn't being built because of these stupid non-ship bridges. Oh, this is going to cost me. I'm going to go into debt if I do this. Which means I'll be at debt at the turn of the year. Is that true? Wait, I don't need to replace it, although I want to replace it so it's faster to move over here. I think we just bite the bullet and say goodbye to it. And now I can have my dock. There we go. I was wondering why that thing wasn't being built, but yeah, it was blocking the boat access. Well, the timber is actually piling up. So a few dock workers, it could take a while. I'm working on that. Oh, how did I manage to forget Doctor? Oh dear. I forget it all too often. There's your bloody Doctor. That actually caused my labor access for industry to burn down, which is really, really bad. And of course a lot fewer people. which is extremely bad. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I'm out of money now and I need to replace these people. They're not going to be best pleased with me. Tempted to do a very temporary labor dump here. Because I need the people badly. Very badly. Get in, please. Oh, there's no bailout loan.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Okay, that was a pretty big mistake. I lost a lot of people, and that's going to hurt me in... well, it forced me into debt, basically. Didn't want to be, but here I am. It should be very easy to get out of debt, though. Maybe I could have waited just a moment. The poor dock does not have the workers that it needs, though. I would say maximize industry, but it's taking everything anyway, so... Too bad. Very sad. Fortunately, your workforces will maintain labor access for a wee while, but... let's still just get these replaced as soon as possible. And get these people in right now. I need that unemployment issue dealt with. You've had enough loans, Jay. I've had them.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
Must be miserable being a sea captain that gets seasick. Right, buy my furniture, get me out of debt. I took a pretty big favor hit with Caesar. He's not very happy with me. He's extremely angry, as it were. He wants me to pay him tribute. Alright, in come the workers, so the lack of employee issue shouldn't be... or the lack of labor access issue should fade away nicely. Right, so we got the olives. I also need to export that lumber. So please buy all of my wood. And Thamagadi, please buy my weapons. So yeah, we sell timber, marble, weapons, furniture. There's a temptation to also sell excess vegetables. I don't think there's an overwhelming need to be doing that. But there's not an overwhelming need not to be doing that. If I put a fourth one down of olives, we'll still be under on the olives, so I actually think it's worth doing. There you go. Caesar disagrees. Population milestone is probably telling me that my gods are going to be quite unhappy if I don't placate them even more. Fine, for now. Caesar will foot the bill, so don't worry about it. Have a clinic next door. I need to start watering and... What? I assured myself that this engineer would see to all of this. He is seeing to none of this. Wait, is that true? How did this and this alone fall down? Well, I think he's actually just not doing this walker path at all. Alright then, it's easily solved. I just don't want to solve it. There we go. Boom. Alright. Now to start thinking about how exactly we take good care of these people. They're going to want water. I don't want that water to come at the expense of doing fishing operations, so I guess it's going to go here. It'd be very nice if it was just a straight line for you, though. That could work. Because then I can still have my wharf here, and the wharf can have adjacent access. Nice. Just looks kind of nice when I have a straight aqueduct like that. No frills, and it's still possible to go around it, right? Yeah, okay, good. Now the very awkward question. How many of these people can actually water? We're going to water them, we're going to get more people in, and then I'm going to have to do the very, very unhappy part of figuring out mergers later on. Do I even need to worry about that? I could just go for the merger immediately, but I do still need a lot of people in on the double. I think water everything and then merge later is my modus operandi right now. I need to get the water as far out as possible, though. Which means some of these guys aren't allowed to live. Yeah, that is as far as the water can possibly go. And of course, I'm going to put houses all over that. Womp, 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 womp. I love watching the evolutions, though. The tents are so undesirable because they haven't merged that they're actually dragging desirability down. Might actually be something to consider. This is what you get for doing unfamiliar things. Dum-da-dum, dum-da-dum. Wow, yeah, I will actually need to push some mergers here, or else they're going to be too undesirable. Because a single 1x1 tent is as undesirable as a merged 2x2 tent. That said, a lot of these guys still don't want to merge. I am definitely creating problems for myself here. Too many problems, right? I am giving up on my don't merge idea. I'm going to go for mergers. Yeah, it was a brave new idea, but actually this is just causing me problems. Get your mergers. The problem is you can't merge small tents and large tents, so what I've done is created areas that it's going to be really awkward to merge. I mean, maybe these will merge nicely. I certainly hope they do. But also maybe they won't. Also, this is costing me even more money. Where the hell's all my money going?
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Well, please buy more and buy faster. Specifically the furniture.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Salutations as Vidox. Ooh. I think Caesar's boys in blue are going to be saying salutations real soon. I have got to ship that furniture. I've only exported half of what I could be doing. I think wood is a bit of a problem, right? Yeah, I can shift a lot of wood, but the wood needs to be put a little closer. So this is where the timber should go, not around the back here where they keep faffing around. And maybe I should say the same about the olives and the weapons here. Because, yeah, look at the dock workers spending time walking all the way around here. They seem to go to the farthest possible area of a warehouse to go and buy from it. But for the love of God, buy my furniture. Oh, there we go. There we go. Back in black. Where I belong. I have some more than awkward merging to do here. And of course I've gone and created this problem for myself entirely. I think the correct thing to do is to actually destroy these for now. That will cause some devolution, which is unfortunate. But then I need to take pleasure out of Nikki running away. Get my mergers while I can. There we go. Yeah, my attempts to be fancy have backfired immensely, as they often do. But that's okay, as long as I can claim that we've learned from the experience. Yeah, as we learned, we can't even water up here. The temptation is just to get rid of these guys. But I should also ask myself if there's any other industry to get on right now. There's exports of iron and vegetables. And I should very seriously consider that. There's also the fact that I need more weapon workshops, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But these guys aren't getting getting their iron. I wonder if it's too far for the iron pushers to go. It's 30-something, which tends to be a little awkward for them. I couldn't sneak in another little iron mine around here, could I? Yeah, that'd be the dream, but I think the answer is no. Caesar's not demanded anything from me yet. No. Oh, might be difficult keeping him on my good books then. Let's get these guys merged. Could be important later on. Could be important now. There we go. Good to see actual money coming in, but I don't want Toga Boy taking too much of it, so I need to ask myself, where do we go from here? And the answer is probably make loads of money, if I had to guess. Really have scunnered myself a bit with the water here, haven't I? One of these houses have to go. Fortunately, that's a merger point right there, so I can actually use that. Meaning I can torch you, throw Nicky out of his home.
I've got nowhere to live.
Tell him our thoughts and prayers are with him. And then that allows me to do all the watering. Okay, very good. What I could also do is deign to put down something to boost desirability. And given my population numbers, I probably want something to help with the god situation as well, so I don't actually mind putting that down. That'll cause mergers, like so, blip, and life is relatively good. And there's these guys. Wow, you really hate where you live, don't you? Oh wait, their problem isn't that, it's water, of course. Which is a funny thing that we can solve by doing this. They devolve a little bit, and then they merge. And then everybody's happy, I think. I need to think what to do from here. I need my patricians up yesterday. I know it's crazy to think patricians right now when these people aren't even fed, but it is something I need to consider, and fast. I need to get rid of you guys. Hopefully that doesn't curb stomp my unemployment numbers. It doesn't not. This is such a ham-fisted start. I have made grievous errors here, but a good governor has to figure their way around such things. Sorry about all your trees, Palmar, but they are really getting in the way. Don't know if I ever wanted to use these stairs, but it's good to know that I can go through them if I want to. Let's keep the option open, perhaps. Maybe it's these stairs that I don't want to use. Anyway, this will solve some of my problems. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. I need to get rid of you to force a merger over here. Blunk. And bring you back. Like S-Club. Somewhat unpleasantly, you block a 2x2 if I put that there. If I put it down one, then I can't have that. Is that true? Yes. So what's the more important 2x2 to have? Oh gosh, that is so close to being useful. Actually, that is kind of useful. I can do this. Need you to merge, need you to merge. Okay, these people need to eat. I'm going to need to stack these people up to Casa so that I have the spare workers for my patricians. We can't just patrician immediately and expect everything to work. Which means we gotta figure out this farming array. Also, we should think about how many people we're going to be feeding here. I don't have a number yet. Although I should definitely come to one. Oh well, time to get counting. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 46, huh? How many people live in a small casa? It's 46, but variable. I can bring that up to probably 50 if I wanted to. But let's work with 46 first, because this is for farming calculations. Where in the world are my numbers here? Caesar 3 resources file. Please tell me what I need to know. I need to know how many people live in Casa. Small Casa houses 17 people. 4 of those in a merger is 40, 50, 68. So 46 times... What did I just say? I think I said 68. 3,128 people. Well, that's just enough that 10 veggie farms... Wait, 20 veggie farms would be needed for that. That's quite a lot. What happened to my whole feed other people with fish idea? Alright, can I fit 20 veggie farms down here? Let's ignore the very big problem of labor access for now. Ignoring problems is good. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. How many did I say I needed? This is going to be a problem. Nine. I don't like that 9th one. I wanted to be able to put the fish to work feeding some people over here. Can I imagine the wharves first and then work around that? Oh, that is nasty in a lot of ways. That means you are not valid. Also, Togaboy is going to be on my butt in a moment. He hasn't given me any money demands yet, so I'm going to have to give him a Greek manuscript to keep him away from invading me. These freaking rocks, Palmar. He knows what he's doing. I can't get through here. I could actually if I brought you back by one. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I want 20 if I can. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20? That's rough in a lot of ways, but yes. I think that's 20 farms. This is actually a nice granary position, but of course another one of Palmar's pebbles are in the way. That might be a little too far away for some of them to manage to... God, that is such a perfect location. How can we make it work? Maybe, just maybe... No, that granary is blocked on too many directions. How about this being moved to the side a bit? There's got to be a way through this. That could spread a bit so that I have a road that comes up through here, but once again, Palmar's freaking rocks are in the way. What if you're the granary? That could work. If I migrate you here, I put the granary here, and then the road comes up through here. Why not put a farm by the stairs and replace the farm with a granary? The farm by the stairs? I don't know, but this seems to work. Get the veggies, and to be sure it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Wait, that's 19. I thought I had 20. Well, I can put 20 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. With space for one more over here, actually. Overproduction is good. Difficulty will be getting people here for labor access. Actually, this is absolutely scunnered for labor access, but let's not worry about that for now. Let's worry about how little engineering they have currently. It's hard to trust these engineers, but I'll do this. Could really do with some better labor access here, but how? If this road didn't exist... then I can have a 2x2 here. That doesn't give a lot of people access, though. He's really asking for that engineer to do nothing. I know, it's painful stuff. But Palmar and his bloody rocks are getting in my way. I could certainly have some people here. That's prime merger point. That will give access for a fair amount of people for labor access, but not enough. I need something over in this region as well. I might actually have to forgo this farm, although I did build extra, and I have room for even more farming, I think. Barely, but yes. So if I forgo that farm and put labour access here, it's not very good labour access. It's on the corner. What about right here, where I just thunked you? Maybe I could actually migrate you, get rid of you, and then add that. Then anybody who walks down and around here will be okay. And then we're almost okay. My only problem is actually over here, which could potentially be solved if I could get some labor access here, like you. Something like, but not necessarily that. Waterfront location. Everybody loves it. Goodness, that was rough. And it's going to murder my employment figures for a while. But it will be sorted. Why is this not merging? Oh, that's right. The merger point wasn't there. It was here. I have done disgraceful things. Is that going to work? Yeah, I suspected it would not. But I think that will work. Might get him in there. Alright, begin the farming. I need these people to eat so that I can get more people shoved in there. Also, Togaboy needs to start making demands very, very soon.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
I don't want your goods, I need you to buy my goods. And that is a need. How do we do on quotas by May? Still lots of furniture to sell. It takes a long time for the boats to get over here, though. I need to service them as swiftly as possible. Also worth noting, I built all these wharves and I didn't give them any kind of anything. No labor access, no protection, no nothing. Nowhere to deposit their food either. They are also going to be needing a granary. But unlike the other ones, this granary won't be too shabby. Because I can shove it right here. I mean, it's a little bit far away, but that's the market lady's problem. That's still access for people, which is handy. It's a disastrously undesirable area. But labor access will be important, so they're getting it. I'll have them just fill this up. I will figure out how exactly I lay this place out later. Maybe I should do it now, though. Let's be reasonable. There's the merger I was waiting on. These guys go away. And I should strongly consider watering the rest of these people because I'm still in need of employees. In my happy camps. Wow, that gets almost all of them. And that gets the rest of them. Not bad. How's city health, by the way? Very good, you say. For how much longer? Okay, this is a massive strain on my employment figures. All this food coming in. However, we will have space for a lot of people once the markets start operating properly. I don't want to tear those down because that was spare people, but I do need to do something here. Market. Might actually be enough. They don't need to distribute pottery, so I don't need to have a huge number of markets. Once the inertia of the food distribution catches up, it's not actually too bad of a situation. So let's hope that's enough. And yeah, the inertia will take some time, but it will get there. Casts are so easygoing. Yeah, veg is a higher priority for fish than fish for the market ladies. Not unimportant. Wait, these things aren't going to work without a shipyard. They don't need to work right now, but let's just slam that over there so I actually have access to boats for a wee while. Or in a wee while.
A good good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
I'm actually feeling the pressure of time here. I need these people up evolved, a huge amount of excess labor, and then I need to get going on my patricians on the double. I'm messing around on this one. I'm going to start emptying this warehouse just so it remains empty, and it shoves all the excess olives into you. I need so many more people. Please, please, immigrant labor, solve my problem. The docks are struggling on exports right now as well. At least the donkeys don't require any extra labor to work. But this problem will be solved. All these hovels can house a lot of people.
This place really needs many more workers.
Not a line you often hear in my cities, that one. Just make sure that the engineers are actually doing their jobs. We have had slight issues with this so far on this map. It's November, and I have really struggled to export this stuff because of labor shortages on the dock. Actually, I'm a little surprised that oh, of course, the lack of workers is probably why things are drying up on that front. Even so, since I have these guys, I should make them work a little bit harder, bringing over the weapons. Yeah, bring over the weapons and the marbles. Just so that they're there for export easier. I have plenty of money, right? Starting up patricians, not a problem. Except I need more than just money, I need people. So flood on in, my people. This is why I wanted to keep them as one-by-ones rather than mergers. Some of them are struggling on food, which isn't a surprise, because I need workers to work the farms, but it is a problem that's solving itself. It just needs to solve itself rapidly.
That fat lady up front told me to carry this and follow her.
Wouldn't Caesar ask for 8,000 in like 6 months? Well, hopefully, because I need to impress him by fulfilling his demands. Currently, I have so much extra money that he's taking way too much in tribute. Which I don't want him to do. I do want these places to evolve a bit better. That's not merger situation, so I'll put a theatre over here and then get an idea of how good my theatre coverage is. Population is growing, and as such, the gods are becoming unhappy. Ceres's temple actually put on the wrong spot there. Amusing, because it's irritating her. I'll slam you, whoops, not over there, but over here. Improve desirability a touch. This is actually how my city looks. Like small tents, shacks and hovels. Small tents, well this was a shack, and the rest are hovels for now. But there is mondo improvement to be done. However, we have managed to bridge the unemployment gap, so hopefully this year we can actually get our exports done. These poor docks are under immense stress to get everything shipped. It's mostly the furniture, though.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Yeah, this guy has a lot to buy, and he's taking his sweet-ass time with it. Okay. There is an idea to actually slam down a senate and tax these people, but no, that's not the focus. The focus is getting our patricians on the bloody double. Since I almost have unemployment, I will also see to the library. I really want to put it here, but I guess I'm putting it here. Yeah, library and theatre should take care of most things. Libraries use quite a lot of workers, but their walkers are more reliable than the disgusting school kids. And they are pretty disgusting, those school kids. I worry that the library walker won't come all the way down here. So maybe it makes a lot more sense for the library to be here, because if it walks up and does a loop here, then everyone's satisfied. It's also another desirable neighbor to have. Employees needed, don't I know it? But look at that food piling up and being distributed, and glorious casa. As soon as I can, I'm going to delete these superfluous tents. I'm going to try to keep the gods a little bit happier. Putting down oracles is not too shabby a thing. One nice thing about the awkward layout here is it makes slamming an oracle here a no-brainer. Same with putting an oracle here. Oh, right. So there's inflation back in Rome, and they want all of my money. But you've... Oh, God. Caesar's going to be demanding a lot out of me, but he gives me a lot of time to do it. So I'm actually going to fulfill his easy one. Hopefully he'll immediately be happy and get off my back in terms of favor. And now we get that kick up the arse to create money very, very, very swiftly. I'll do my best.
I've got nowhere to live.
I'm thrilled as well, Nicky. Yeah, having a bunch of theatres ain't that shabby. There are only 6 workers, right? 8 workers. Ooh, didn't agree to that. Oh, there we go. That gets us out of the red in terms of Caesar's unhappiness. Although I'm sure I'll be back with more unhappiness. Interestingly and annoyingly, the librarian is struggling to do the rounds, probably because of this stairway. No! Okay, there we go. You're all seen to. Casa for all. It's still not enough casa. So, unfortunately, before I can see to more patricians, I'm going to have more plebes. This is not enough unemployment. Although, they do have a space for a lot more workers. 40 or so of them, with 20 or so each. 40, 80, 800. Well, maybe it would be enough. I wonder. I do need a lot of workers. Plus, I've got all this fish lying around here. It's not much overhead just to build up the plebeian housing. Do your market ladies have access to the fish? No, I very specifically built this so that the market ladies here do not go for the fish. Ooh. You don't get labor access there. How unfortunate. That means I will run into food issues if I don't get you some labor. I guess I could just put this here and here. Maybe even here. It's a huge liability in terms of prosperity, but that's a future problem. The now problem is that I need 20 million ducats. Fish syrup, garum, Roman maple syrup, basically. Oh, that'll make me sick. Right, so the fish are all going here, hopefully with a reasonable enough efficiency. I don't know how many people that's going to feed. Can we make an educated guess? No. I mean, I guess I could try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're probably slightly better than a wheat farm each. So let's say that it's 8 times 300, maybe a bit more. 2,000. Let's say we were going to feed 2,500 people off of them. 60 occupants, 10, 20. Maybe we could feed about 40 casa. It's real back of the envelope thinking, the envelope in my head. Unfortunately, we have once again run into the problem known as Palmar's Pebbles. Legally distinct from Marocs, they still are one-tile, non-mineable, indestructible pains in my arse. The water access from here should cover everything at least, so I got that going for me. It's not a very exciting loop here, but it should get the job done. Immigrants still have an access way up here and up here, so I don't need to worry about access really whatsoever. Market lady is going to have their work cut out for them. I'm wondering if I could somewhat more efficiently run the aqueducts through here, but I don't want to mess with the center. I'm going to need that for water distribution. And probably a medium statue or two. Probably. Alright, well, let's not make the mistake we did earlier. Let's get those mergers first. How many of these things did I say I could have? Probably somewhere in the region of 40 or 30 something. So the market ladies, how many markets? Honestly, 2 markets, maybe 3 should take care of all of this. And some very basic amenities. Water access everywhere. The amenities could even go down at the bottom. Yeah, I think we're fine. So just cram in as many of these as we can. It's always better to cram in more and delete them later, right? Yes, I am right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Meh. I'll leave that open as access over to here. 7, right? 8, 9. That blocks access. Can't do that. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. Oh, this is quite bad. 15. 16. That's also bad. 17. 18. 19. 20. Nope. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 27, 28. 29. 30. Was 30 what I arrived at? 30 will do for now. Market. Market. I think 3 markets will do us just fine. I'll migrate Venus down here. We love Venus, I think. It's not on high ground, so we're going to want some Oracle-related desirability boosting. Amazingly, that worked there. And then some simple needs get met. Simple needs for simple people. You go there. And you go practically anywhere, but literally there. And we'll worry about watering them later. Don't forget the engineers. I haven't forgotten the engineers. And I think engineer, singular, will take care of all of this. Did something just disappear here? Yes, because I forgot to put the extra roads down. Whoops. There. And that, I think, included you. There we go. We'll get the mergers shortly. The library didn't place. I think I put it there, right? That was a poor decision. I'll put it there. Just so it blocks vision of the houses there. What do you think of my city?
Ué, mas parece até que você não precisa de mim. Essas construções estão uma beleza. Muito bem. Depois de um longo dia de trabalho, eu só quero assistir uma peça de teatro ou uma luta. Não tem nada pra fazer nessa cidade. Depois de um longo dia de trabalho, eu só quero assistir uma peça de teatro ou uma luta.
That's enough out of you, Brelix. expose yourself to Brazilian to build up a tolerance for even worse cultures. Ah, I see Caesar also wants 4,000 denarii. Wants a lot of money off of me. At least I can use that to somewhat artificially lower the amount of funds I have before he goes and pillages my coffers for his so-called tribute. But we are doing a pretty good job selling lots and lots of things. Pretty good, not amazing. Ugh, you go over there to get the marble. This was not unexpected. We were anticipating an earthquake here, and sure enough it blocks the whole region. I wonder how many times Palmar had to recheck to see that that earthquake actually functioned the way he wanted it to. So our goal is to get these plebeians in here, operational as quickly as possible, brought up to Casa, and then I have to immediately get my patricians operational to meet Caesar's outstanding debt demands. Well, it's not Caesar's debt, it's Palmar's debt. Food is a problem, you say. Yeah, food is quite a problem for some of these people. The market has food, it's just not doing its rounds. There's not really a problem having more markets. The granary's full after all. I didn't anticipate there being a granary throughput issue, but the granaries do have a long way to go. And actually, can they get that far? It might actually be a problem if I put the garden that far away, because it'll go 40 distance as the crow flies. So if I had you there, getting over there is... Actually, it's 35, so a market should work there. Not very efficiently, but we don't worry about that much. Just shove them in there and let the plebes sort them out.
I've been thrown out of my...
Sorry, Nicky, I can't hear you. Over the thunderous horses demanding thousands upon thousands of tribute. There we go. Get in here. So I can get you all merged, get you all watered, and start work on my patricians.
I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
At least the gods are nice and happy. To the point where I actually want to get rid of these excess temples. Mars, Mercury, Neptune, Venus, Ceres. Hopefully I didn't bugger any of this, but it shouldn't have. You know, shouldn't. Right? Should does a lot of heavy lifting in sentences.
I hope I don't lose my job. Unemployment is so high here, I wouldn't get another.
The unemployment is intentional. I must get these patricians on the double. But I don't want to focus on them whilst I'm busy with this. Why is there preset earthquake, I wonder? Early game money printer removal. It stops there being a shortcut over here that allows you to very quickly go and do all this mining, so now your donkeys have to go the long way around, but anticipating that, I already just gave them the long way around. Whoops, Caesar just took only 400 in tribute. Surprising. Anyway, he has a lot of demands, which I'm going to have to meet at some point. But I need this money to build up my patricians as well, so all in due time. Right, are they all here? They're almost all here. Get over there and we can talk. There we go, all here. Right, I need to water everybody, which shouldn't be too hard, but yeah, I could make some things look really difficult if I really put my mind to it. Water all of you, water all of you, and you up there. Did I place that? Why do I feel like I keep placing things but not placing things? You guys. And you guys, and probably you as well. Yeah, that one last guy doesn't get reached unless I put you there. There we go. Hang 'em high, get your gatum. Whop your wads and all that. So now the fish industry is going to be pushed, and we'll see how much it can push back. But now I need to start building up my patricians. Unfortunately, that also means I need goods for the patricians. I need a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I could have a guessing warehouse for the furniture. I could also just produce furniture locally. I can produce my olive oil locally. I'll be importing my wine however you cut it. No, I won't. I'm going to produce my wine. So here's how it's going to look. He says, as if he knows what he's doing. Yes, this place that does the wine. Ooh, hold on. I didn't think this one through, did I? I need to set myself to importing wine. The wine can only come by sea. But I need an... No. I've got it all sorted now. You there will accept vines. And I will import vines. And then over here I'll have a getting warehouse that gets the vines and makes it into wine. Because if I make the wine here, then I'd need a warehouse that accepts wine, and then the import of wine is going to flood that warehouse, which I do not want. I don't want to pay for imported wine. Yeah, that's pretty fine. Okay. 10,000 denarii and 400 spare unemployment means I should be able to build my patricians. As long as I do so rapidly and without error. How hard could that be? I want this space. Sorry, Palmar. I love the way you build trees, but they're getting in my way, so they have to be destroyed. Not the trees on the high ground, though. That's sacrilege. Well, the higher ground. So I have, in my infinite wisdom, decided that this is the... You just get out of the way, right? You serve no purpose. It is mineable here, but no, get out of here. I really like earthquakes being the only source of being able to mine marble and iron for what it's worth. There's just something kind of cool about it. But it means you need to be very careful about where you put rocks on the main map. Right, I digress. This, I think, is the best place for patricians. Specifically, I think we can make use of the elevated ground to get the plus 10 desirability bonus and spam as many medium palaces. Not luxury palaces, not large palaces, not grand villas. Medium palaces. They're the best 3x3 building. They pay quite a lot of money. I think in a year, what was it? In a month, a luxury palace will pay you... I've actually forgotten. Let's double check, shall we? Make our save. Load up. I have a map for this, and I think it's Sarmazegatusa. Let's go to Sarmazegatusa. Set taxes to 25%. Make sure that it's still in very hard mode. Don't know why it wouldn't be. And then go over here, because I have medium palaces and a luxury palace. Set it to tax income, speed up, and check in February. There are no other bridge things across the lake? No, you have to go the long way around. I double-checked, but I can triple-check. Here we go. So a luxury palace will pay 300 denarii per month in tax. A medium palace will pay 126. That is considerably less, but I think it's considerably easier to get a large amount of medium palaces than it is to get even a modest amount of luxury palaces in the setup that I have. At least for the plan that I have. Maybe if I really put my mind to it, I could put a lot of luxury palaces in. But a luxury palace will necessitate a hippodrome or perfect coverage of all other types of entertainment. Hippodrome is big. And not only is it big, it requires a lot of uninterrupted space that doesn't have rocks everywhere. Let us perhaps remind ourselves on how Palmar feels about rocks on this map. No hippodrome here. We could maybe put a hippodrome there. Kind of gets in the way of approximately everything, though. And I certainly don't want it here. Put it on the higher ground around here, I suppose. Don't think it fits over here, though. No, there are very, very few places on this map the hippodrome actually fits. So knowing that we don't need to have the 2,500 denarii, 150 employee drinking hippodrome, and we settle for the 3x3 Meacham Palace, I think we open up a lot of good opportunities here. And in my mind, we shove as many as we can on the higher ground here. That means they're going to need to get their services from lower. Did this change recently? I feel like this water wasn't here previously, but maybe I'm going mental. Let me have a look at an older version just to check. Palmar, River Rapids. I'll only get Mark II or so. No, it's the same. Okay, I'm delusional. Because I did look at this and think, ooh, could this be done? And now that I'm looking at it a second time, I'm starting to think, do I trust Jake from the past? Maybe I shouldn't. Well, however you cut it, we're going to need to have some kind of road access around here. And that road access needs to touch into these. Mark I had an inv spot. Inv? Inverted? Invisible? Invergordon? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think up to 8 of these things is reasonable. What did I put in my calculations? I anticipated 9. Oh, okay, well, to each their own, I suppose. I think we can get a fair few of them over here, though. The Jake of the past keeps leaving all of his problems for you. Never trust him. Some words to live by. Shouldn't be too difficult getting water over here. If my reservoir were here, dog, and I had another one here-ish, I like to think that would hit everything. Gonna need to keep this area for some fountains then, but sure. I can take care of most. Now, the Senate will have to live here, because it needs to send out its tax walkers. Hope to God they don't get lost on this stairway, so I'm actually tempted to go far enough away from the stairway to not touch it. But if I do that, then a governor house here won't actually get access to anything. So I have to just bite the bloody bullet on that one. Stairways are really chaotic. Because it's a 2x2 of road, walkers sometimes just walk in squares around them and then bugger off home without actually giving people their services. And actually, if I have a house here, I'm actually relying on somebody walking along the stairway, meaning I have to do that? Oh, that's chaotic. Oh, this is asking for a lot of problems. Maybe I could do something like that. It's a little less in everybody's way. Point is, the Senate needs to be here so I can tax these buggers. And I guess in the end, the Senate will be going here. Donk. It's surrounded by homeless people. We're going to have some kind of a loop like this. Anybody should be able to get around that without too many problems. This needs to be chock full of services. The houses, or the palaces rather, will be up here. There's an excellent spot along here for a huge amount of desirability boosters. So desirability for houses here won't be a problem. Might be a bigger problem over here, but it should be a solvable problem. Why patricians there instead of the high ground in the middle next to it? You mean instead of here? I don't like this at all. It's way too crowded. Here is amazing because I can get them all the way along here. There's a really nice space for services. And because this high ground here is accessible, I can also get them goods here. Well, you know what? We'll build it. And maybe we'll run into a lot of problems and I'll go, oh, why did I do this? I could have done so much better. Right, first thing I'm going to want are some mergers. Because otherwise we're going to be in a really awkward situation where I can't get both sides giving these people everything they need. Excellent merger here. Agreeable merger here. Terrible merger, or lack thereof, here. I need to think how I deal with that. A merger would make this a lot more comfortable, but it's not. Alright, you're going to have to go there. That is pretty good. And that means the road is going to come along here, giving these people everything they need. That means this one's in trouble. But hang on, I can solve trouble like this. There we go. Then when you become big, I will pull this road back a bit. Ah. Genius. That's what they call me, but only relating to Caesar 3. Tons of space for desirability boosters here, and that I like a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the range of a large statue, and that'll hit all of these. So that's 1 palace, 2 palace, 3 palace, 4. This rock, once again, gets in my way. I would expect nothing less. But I can have it expand out to here, allowing me to have this. And it will have access to the walkers on the inner path. That's of vital importance, and is a big part of why I want these things to merge. Need to be a little bit careful on the way that you merge, so I'm going to pin you in position with that. You, because of the road, have nowhere to go but out there, but even so, I'll force you into that way. And you need to go in that direction, so I'll force you like that. Feels good to force people, like I've got power. Right, so you're going to grow up to be like that. I'm going to want someone else to grow up here-ish. 1, 2, 1, 2. When I do this whole 1, 2, 1, 2, I'm imagining that the palace is going to be here. And I think, okay, it's easy to give it access to stuff that comes on the road to its left. But the road to its right, well, any walker tends to have a range of 2. So I imagine, okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. That shows me the road tiles that will affect it. So yeah, we're pretty good having you around here. And I need a merger that can make that work for me. Of course, we don't get it. Yeah, in the ideal world, I'd have you either here or here. Neither of those are merge tiles. So we're going to have to do this instead. Once you grow, I will bring this out. But not a moment before. Yeah, so you're going to grow into that. And I'm going to want another one here. Very awkward designing this, but that's what we signed up for. Can I get a merger here? We have a lot of flexibility on this one. And of course we don't. We don't get any of the good merger tiles that we want here. Don't that beat all? Okay then. You're going to have to go here. I'll just treat it like I treat the other one, right? We come closer to you and then we go away, and then what I do is I just pull this back. Alright, that should work. So how many palaces are we at now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want 2 more because I'm greedy. That's 1. And that could be 2. That has some unfortunate implications if I want the back row here to have more stuff. Could I instead insist on 1, 2? Oh, no, maybe. Maybe. It goes against something that I was wanting to do, though, which is have stuff over here go over to there. But if I am convinced that I need these, then maybe I could still cheese it out a bit. Okay. If you're there, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, doesn't really matter how far. 2. That's not quite good enough, but it could be quite good enough. Because what I can do is I can have a road that comes along here. Don't worry about the connection here. That's not a problem. They're not going to waste their time going down there because it's going to be destination walkers. That works. So I'm going to have you here and another one over here. So you're going to be there, that grows into all of this. And you're going to be here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, that could not work sometimes. Yeah, I need you to be here. What can be done about that? Not much can be done about that, because the destination walker's probably going to cut the corner over here, which will stop them hitting you. In that case, since I know I need you there, I can do this. Of course, this does not quite connect the way I want it to. Can I shift the reservoir down by 1 and still be happy? Whoa, why am I on 500% speed here? Let's slow that right the way down. I think they sometimes take that corner. So sorry, you're going down by 1 more. There we go. I hope the walkers can still manage this with a little added bit here. But there's my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 palaces that I want. Desirability is going to be tough over here, but I'll just have to tough it out. Now, why did I arrange it like this? There'll be services here, but there'll be goods here. Where will the food be? The food I'll probably, maybe, definitely, I don't know. I can do vegetables and fruits and fish, so they can get everything. It's weird having you place houses with without the audio going all echoey whilst you pixel hunt. And that's because when I do that, I move myself over like this, and then suddenly I'm not talking into the microphone, and then I come back like this. This is the new normal. This ain't too shabby, but it still needs to work. So. What I can do is have my gladiator school and my amphitheater over here. That way the walkers will go towards a coliseum, an amphitheater, and a theater, and will affect all of these, and I can shove that wherever over here, and that's fine. And the lion house can just be shoved anywhere else. That doesn't really matter. They don't need lions and gladiators. The gladiators are good because they will go towards the amphitheater as well. And yeah, I can have these quite far away. No real downside to it. Except there's another freaking Palmar pebble right in the way of where I want things. It's just in the right place to really, really get in my way. How does he do this? How does he keep doing this? Could I possibly get away with theater and something else here? Trying to imagine a situation where I have, say, the gladiator school and the theater here. And then the actor colony's over here, so it goes down to the theatre to give them theatre access. Amphitheatre still gets a gladiator. Stops me tearing my hair out over the placement of this. Could work. Let's do some experimentation. Does waste a little bit of space, though. This is one of those things that can be as far away as we want it, and it's no big deal. Oh, that works. That works rather nicely. Oh, rather. I actually want it down a little bit so I have space for marketplaces here. 2x2, 2x2, like that. Shouldn't hurt on labor access at all. Engineer should take care of everything. The engineer would probably work better somewhere over here, because then he can go down both sides, right? Always have faith in your engineers. Now, you shouldn't trust many of your Roman workers or walkers, but engineers you can trust. They walk a very long way. Tirelessly. The engineer should have no problem getting down to here from there. Although it's also worth considering that I need this stuff taken care of as well. Guess I'm not too unhappy with how this is looking thus far. Hasn't cost me the tons of money yet, but it will. Palmar insists that everything costs an arm and a leg. Alright, I'm relatively okay with this. It's going to fill up, but my main problem is food and goods. It's not a lot of people to satisfy with goods, but I do want... how do I want this, actually? The market ladies should be able to cycle here really rather easily. I would actually quite like it if the food were here, but I don't want a figure of 8 because I want to make absolutely sure the taxman always goes around here. So that brings me back to maybe having the goods here. But I don't want the goods here. Similarly, I'm not sure I want food here, but I might just have to swallow that one. Yeah, I guess the food and the goods go over here then, so... I think what I do is I put a couple of warehouses here, and they get all the goods. So warehouse, warehouse. This one, oh god, do not be the trade center. Nobody truly understands what trade center does. But don't do it. Right, get the furniture and pottery. And you get the wine and the vines. I just had a thought. I have gone to this complicated idea of moving vines and whatnot, but what if we just have you accept the vines and the wine, and we'll set the import for wine later. And then for now, what we do is we ensure that we have actually quite a few workshops for wine, so that we always overproduce wine. And in fact, if I always have 4 wineries ready to go, then whenever a getting warehouse gets 4 bits of wine, just boom, instantly 4 more wines come in. That'll take care of that rather nicely. And then since the olives are also done here, what I can also do is press the oil around here. Now this I do not need a lot of. In fact, I only need 1 oil presser to fulfill all my needs. Even so, I will build 2. And then you don't accept the vines anymore, accept the oil. That way we have the wine, the oil, and the furniture. The pottery comes in by boat as well. So I guess I just... Well, someone has to have the bleeding pottery, don't they? We're probably going to be overflowing on this. Maybe just shove you over here. And then have this be our pottery place. Doesn't need to be near the docks because the cart pushers take ages to unload imports anyway. Rather unhappily, I'm going to have to spend a lot of money on this import. Caesar's already demanding all of my money ever. Is there a limit on how many you can have? No, I'm pretty sure you can have loads of them and they just pile up. You don't see them all, you just see the most recent one. And he's very angry with me, I can't help but notice. But I still need that pottery. How much does it cost? Oh yeah. 380 denarii per unit of pottery. Ow. I still need it, but ow. Alright, let's import a very controlled amount of pottery. 8 or so. Let's see what we can get done. Are you sure you want the patricians there? Just not what they need. What? I don't follow what you're saying, but maybe that's fine.
Unemployment is so high, my wife's even stopped nagging me to get a better job.
The cart pusher is Baron's favourite walker. Poor man. Alright, I can hopefully find this stuff to be okay. I do need to improve desirability in places. Some of you are really struggling to get the food here. I wonder if it is a distribution issue, because it could be a production issue. I didn't run my numbers thoroughly enough, maybe. We'll give it time to settle down and see how they feel. But the food stocks are problematic for these people. Nay food, nay food, nay food. But it might... We haven't had them running for a long time, so they're probably just stocking up on loads of food for the immigrants that are there. We will delude ourselves into believing that. Gardens are really, really good for desirability. At point blank range, they give +3, which is one shy of a plaza, and we all say that plaza are great, so gardens are surely just as great, if not greater. You're a slight issue. There you go. Casa as far as the eye can see. A little more, perhaps? Oh, come on, don't be like that. There we go. Alright. Barring some... Wait, you don't have religion? Well, that's right, I tore down all of our religious buildings here, didn't I? I hope that doesn't cause problems, but it might. Mars, I invoke thee. Help these poor people out. The gods are pleased enough as is. The wine is starting to flow. The pottery is now here. That cost me an arm and a bleeding leg, so we're going to stop importing pottery. We're not going to export it. God, no, that's the worst thing we could do. We'd only lose 40 per, but it's still painful. Not interested, basically. Yeah, so our warehouses here are going to stock up. They're going to struggle on workers. That's not a surprise, actually. Do I want crappy labor access over here for now? Until these things evolve fully, they could actually really struggle on worker access. But I want these for stuff. Okay, what I can do is this. We don't really care about having low quality tents for a good wee while. And just, yeah, I'll just do that and I'll delete them later on. They're undesirable, sure, but whatever. The food is perhaps the bigger issue that I need to tackle right now. Food, glorious food. Let's also make sure that we actually have some furniture on hand for our patricians. The olives don't matter because when the olives grow, the priority target for the grower is to throw them into a workshop rather than a warehouse. It'll hurt my olive export for a wee while, but that's not really a huge concern. Right, food is a huge concern. Actually, it's a remarkably huge concern. I would dare to granary here? So the thing is, you're going to be here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ooh, hold the horses here. Why did I think you were fine there? You're not fine there. You're not going to get walker access from stuff up here, especially destination walkers. You would be fine here, though. That is what I should have done, not that. Yeah, that'll be okay. But that opens up an interesting idea of throwing over a granary here. It's only destination walkers that I plan on having walking around here, so it's not a big deal that they get confused about their possibilities for walking around and causing chaos. But what I could do is yonder. Yeah, that should be okay. Good thing we can get a merger here. But hang on, did I just block you from doing anything good? I think I did exactly that. And you can't merge here, annoyingly. So maybe you need to go here, rather than there. And temporarily this needs to come out by 1. Okay. I'm building more and more fragile stuff here. I don't like that. But needs must. Anyway, this is just 1 granary. I need more than 1 granary. If I have market ladies over here, they can reach that granary. They can reach about as far as that. But I don't think I could stomach a 2nd granary here. Is that true? It might not be true. I think I could actually do this. Oh, I can. Okay. As ever, there's a complication. I need 3 granaries. Where's the infamous armies to burn down this town? This is a peaceful map. The boys in blue will come for me if I fail Caesar's demands, but by and large we should be okay. I could import wheat to make things a little easier. Unfortunately, that's a pretty poor idea. It's not the worst idea, but it's a pretty poor one. I mean, I say pretty poor. How poor is it? I could import a lot of wheat by sea. But I could just grow vegetables, fruits, and get my... No, that's daft. It'd be easier to just fish for the fish, put it on a warehouse, and send it over. What I should do is have another getting warehouse in a bit more of a reasonable area. Possibly even here. I know it's undesirable. But it also keeps these patricians locked down to where they ought to be. Okay. So food and goods. Statues and marketplaces over here. Alright, I think this could almost work. But I need to get this food over to them somehow. You get fish. You guys probably don't need to be getting granaries, but we'll see how much farming we can do in and around this access point. Thank goodness I have money and workers, but that money won't last much longer. Well, it might last longer, but Caesar has his demands, and I need to start making money hand over fist for him. He's only a couple of years away from wanting to invade me anyway, because he's really, really angry at me for some reason. How many people do I have to feed here anyway? I said I'm doing 900, 1,000, 1,200. But 3 types of food each, so I reckon 3 farms. But I do worry that they have a bit of a long way to go to get into here. From here going around and into that. But on the other hand, maybe it's fine. Being a little bit inefficient isn't the world's worst thing. Although that is quite inefficient. That's a long way to go. Importing some wheat, only the best for the patricians. Well, I could give them all 4 types of food, but then they won't eat the fish. What if there's not enough fish? That's a scary thought. That is not a lot of fish. I could fish a little bit more if I move this, well, this. But actually, I think that fish is incredibly efficient, so it should be able to feed these patricians. That's what I'll tell myself. Of course, Palmar's rock is in the way. What a pal, that Palmar, putting his pebbles everywhere to keep me on my toes. I should overproduce vegetables because it's the most desirable source of food for the patricians. Dun, dun, dun. This is beyond awkward the way you've got this set up. Egads, I can't even get to you without doing some awkward stuff here. Maybe if I delete this. It's a good thing farms are so cheap given the amount of times I need to delete them for rearranging stuff. Palmar is sick in the head, man. I think all of these granaries need to be getting granaries, which is unpleasant, but I see no better way here. This walker needs to get off of here. You go there. The road goes here. This is where the fish live. And we're going to have 2 granaries over here. 1 and 2. Getting sick of looking at that map mode. Let's put this one up. Nice and clean. And then one way or another, this gets over to here. A lot of wasted space on this side, but that's okay. These granaries will fill up. So this one will fill up with fruit. This one will fill up with vegetables. And then we have our getting of vegetables and our getting of fruit. I know that's not very far to go, but food travels very, very poorly in Caesar 3. So I prefer not to leave it to chance. I'll get some crap labor access here. Some similarly crap labor access here. The fishing boats can reach over here, nay harm, nay fuss. And I still want more labor access, so I'm going to shove you here. I'm going to shove you there. I can see a world where you struggle on labor access. Maybe don't put that there and instead put this here. And of course I don't want anything blowing up on me, so Revengineer post here. And here. This one's already covered. This isn't covered enough. Wait, I thought I put an engineer over here. I put a house instead. Clever thinking, no doubt, but... no, I put the engineer here and I said it's fine, he'll get down here. But now I've placed the granaries, I'm not so sure. Okay. Caesar's errand boy at it again. I'll show you all. You try and push me, I push back. I have gone and gotten rid of the only good way around here, but people shouldn't need to get out so easily on this map. So what if they have to take the long way around? The only people going around would be the traders, and they need to go up there anyway, so it's no big deal, is what I'm telling myself. Alright, let's get the food flowing. The foods, the goods, and then the patricians come. So by about this time next year, I should have the patricians going. They'll need their services.
Ja, jag trivs inte här. Arbetslösheten, den är för hög helt enkelt.
Den är för hög? Oh no, not the hög. Freaking Swedes, man. Why was this not placed like here? Oh, I may have made a misjudgment call. Or I may not have. You're gonna go there, you're gonna go... Let me just grab this for consideration. You're gonna be there, you're gonna be there. You're gonna be there. Yeah, it all works out. I don't know why this didn't work out, though. Maybe my brain wasn't working.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Can I water everybody is another question of vital importance. And the answer is absolutely yes. I'm quite confident this will be enough space for all of our services. My main problem is that it's actually too large. I might trim it down like this. Because I don't trust the walkers to manage this. I mean, look, the taxman's working his way around just fine. If the taxman of all people can get around this, surely everybody else can. Yeah, but it's enough patrician tax. Yeah, me as well. But massive scale patrician tax is pretty high.
Ja, jag trivs inte här. Arbetslösheten, den är för hög helt enkelt.
Oh, those denkels. One further thought is that maybe I want these warehouses working a bit faster to bring the goods over, but it'll take a while for the food to pile up anyway. Get to... What? No, don't get vines, get oil. Oh, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Oil and wine, please. You know what? It has given me pause for thought. That you should maybe only get oil. And I want a separate one to get wine. Why separate one for wine, you might ask? Well... Palaces consume double wine. So that's double strain on getting the goods over. So let's just have a dedicated one for wine. That means I also have a dedicated one for oil, which is a bit weird, but because of the delay in the getting, I want to make absolutely sure that we have that. Alright, in come the vines, on goes the wines. Goodbye money. WTF was that, says Thiria. Occasionally I put in some voice lines from our beloved community. Was this a merger? It better be. There we go, that's much better. Me and my thirst for mergers. It's more important than you might think, and you're probably not thinking. Did I ever catch up with the inflation? I didn't. People are still pleased with me because there are no taxes to pay, but let's stay on top of the wages for now. I want people to be extremely pleased with me. Alright, there we go. Now my farms and my fishermen will begin working, and we can see how far the fishermen have to go. It's not very far for the catch, so it's going to be a lot more efficient than these farms. You mean no people nearby? You've got tents right next door. I worry a little bit about my prosperity from all the tent labor I have in this city. It's very disgraceful. It wouldn't be difficult to tidy up. But given the tight situation we have with money, I'm not going to be caring so much about that. My intention is to get these patricians operational and then tax their togas off. Wait, the vines still came over here? That is weird. We could maybe do something similarly weird with it. I'm going to do this. I'm going to turn those vines into wine and shove them over there. Then I'll delete these once they've taken all the vines. Maybe it's the fact that whilst the game was paused, I deleted and brought it back, so it just thought it was the same thing. Anyway, those vines are going to the winery. Blonk, blonk. He's kind of clever, right? He puts it in this one, he goes, oh, that's working, so he's going to put it in the next one. Very clever. And then once there's no more vines in here, the vine issue will be gone. And then I'll be happy. I'm worried that these vegetable farms are actually going to be putting their goods over here. Actually, some of them are. That's bad. And it's because as the crow flies, this is closer than this one.
Unemployment is so high, my wife's even stopped nagging me to get a better job.
That might not be true. It might be that the getting granary actually went further. I'm not entirely sure. I think it'll sort itself out, though. That's what I'll believe in. Everything will sort itself out. Markets up the wazoo is going to be important. I'm going to want some in the center here as well. But unfortunately, this is also the place that I want 2 trillion large statues. Let me think. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So yeah, I could shove loads of large statues in here. But what I could also do is leave myself little spaces for markets. Like a market here and a market here. Once the wine crushers have done all their crushing of wine.
With unemployment as high as it is, I'm working hard to keep my job.
Please work harder. Caesar wants all of my money, and I don't have that money for him. Actually, I should give him something right now. Take this 4 grand. No, he doesn't have other demands for me yet. They are going to happen, right? I suppose I've only been playing for 4 years. I know I've been dragging it out over the 3 hours, but we have been playing very slowly. And the food has distributed well here. I don't like this. It looks so ugly and bare bones up here, but there's very little point in building anything, because Casa don't need more. Casa want pottery, and given the price of pottery and the fact that I can't tax them, I have no real incentive to go and get that for them. Dum da dum. Yeah, look at them coming over with their single cart loads. These should have been over here. Ah, the price of vines has gone up. Not by anything significant, thankfully. But still up, and up is worse than not up. Could I actually relocate some of you then? There we go. Continue not to trust you. I have a lot of work that I need to sponge up anyway. The population is going immensely well, though. Look at that. We're like 5,000 out of 8,000 already. And we have all of this land and all of this land untouched. Using this will be difficult, though, because I've gone and built on this arable land. Wait, how arable is it? Oh, it's not arable at all. Kind of awkward. This is arable, but it's also the only good place for having docks. So this being arable doesn't really work for feeding. I just don't think this is a good place, period. It is large and flat and open, and it has relatively few rocks in the way. But there's no good opportunity to feed it. This, on the other hand, I think is much better placed because it's got this right here for feeding. It doesn't compete for dock space. This is going to be where I put my next batch of plebeians. It could be a water... Yeah, it'll probably be an elevated water park up here.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Would you look at that? We've got furniture, we've got pottery, we've got oil, we've got wine, we've got food. It is time, as Time Eater would say. I can even shove you over there, and you don't actually get in the way of anything. That's cool. And you water everybody. That's also quite cool. I might even keep some of these little dudes around for labor access. Wouldn't hurt that much, right? They would eat food, but I'm overproducing the food a little bit. I just worry about them using the other goods, but they shouldn't be so desirable that they... Well, there's a lot of statues and things around here. Is Kengingawa. That's a lot of marketplaces, but I don't trust marketplaces and patricians. I just worry that I might have infringed upon desirability a bit too much, but we can have more desirability boosters on the bottom. Let's just get them all watered, shall we? That waters you very nicely. That waters you nicely enough. And that takes care of you. I'll take care of you. Right, now we need all of their many, many nice things. It's the patrician area, so it makes sense to give them the grandest of temples. And this will actually push some desirability in this direction because it's got good range. It's got a range of 6. So yeah, that'll actually hit all of those. That's well worth putting down. Anything back here is a little less worth it. So let's give them... Can I purge a couple of temples? Mercury and Neptune are both on the chopping block. Because these people all get Ceres. Alright. Oh, wait, I just built one to Neptune. That's kind of funny. I need to do a switcheroo then. Where's the other temple for these gods? Oh, there are no other temples for these gods. Sorry, Mars. You're becoming Neptune now. And then we bring over the Mars Templeton and the Mercury one, right? Seems about right. Now we start working on all the other things that these people need. Right, they're going to want a doctor, which I could, interestingly enough, put on this side. 1x1s aren't all that much to write home about, so I could just put a doctor here. Do I trust him to do the entire... No, trust is not forthcoming here. Doctor will work there, just as Barble will work here. Are they going to want a bathhouse? A bathhuset? I want to save this area for desirable buildings. Or desirability boosting buildings, I should say. Bathhouse can go here. They need their entertainment, of course. Now, the gladiator school is here and the theater is there. So what I do is somewhere around here, anywhere around here, frankly, put down the Lolliseum. Kind of want it in a nicer setup, but Palmar and his freaking rocks are in the way. Now, that is a nice place for it, but... Could put it all the way down here, but for what purpose? Alright. The amphitheater is also needed around here, though. I think. Yeah. And as long as you get your lions over here, somewhere, I don't really care where, and your actor colony is pretty much anywhere around here, then all is well. These rocks, man, what the hell? What did I do to you? There you go. So the actors should go there and to there and hopefully give all these people access to everything. The gladiators come over here to give these people access to the Colosseum and the amphitheater. So entertainment should be taken care of. No problemo. Ooh, I said I wanted desirability boosters. Now I'm looking at putting a school here. Surely we are better than that. A school here and a school here should take care of everything. It might not. I've made this too large. Well, too large is better than not large enough. They're going to need a sad academy. Who I could put here, as long as I don't block anything else coming around. They will also need l'hôpital. 1, 2, 1, 2. Nice. Those are the big ones. They're getting taxed, of course. Anything else? Yeah, I made this way too big, but like I said, desirability boosters may well be needed, so this might have to be full of oracles. We'll see as we go. McCain says he already loves Palmar's pebbles. Marek did it once on Seleucid Cartaman, and he acknowledged that it was just an awful thing to do, so he stopped doing it. Palmar has now gotten a taste for putting down these little pebbles. Right, I love raised land like this, and this, and this, and this. But the single pebbles are just there to annoy you when you're trying to build something nice. Okay, well there's a sign that we're definitely going to need a lot of desirability boosting around here. Good thing we have tons of... what do we have tons of? I don't know, but we've got tons of something. We've got tons of marble is what I'm trying to say. Loads of marble to build oracles for boosting desirability. And I will not be shy about building them, because these things need to be patricians on the double. My pebbles aren't as devious as Marok's, because they are way more visible, especially on the desert. Yeah, desert 1x1 things are the worst. Oh, now hold the phone. The amount of furniture I can export just went down, and now that I'm consuming pottery, I'm going to need to import more pottery, which I am unhappy about, because that pottery is mondo expensive. I'm also going to need to build a lot of fountains to employ a lot of people so that I can boost the tax rate up. But I'm not going to touch taxes until we are in patrician land. There's no point aggravating these people. Somewhat unhappy by my need for pottery here. That pottery's going to bankrupt me. I can feel it already. Some of these walkers might end up a little bit chaotic, and would you look at that? He is failing to do the full loop. He's not hitting these up. He may in time. School kids can be a real pain, though. Look at that. The school kids are not going anywhere that I want them to go. So I need to relocate it, which is not free. These schools cost 50 denarii a pop. But yeah, these school kids have such a short range. They get that far and then just give up. But sometimes they can just keep on going and going and going. They are mentalists. Ooh, having desirability problems already is a bad sign over here. Dun dun dun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cheeky thing I can do is put oracles here. Because there will be an engineer walking through this, keeping the oracles a-okay. By the way, I should definitely save at this point. There's going to be a lot of little tweaking to make these people work the way I need them to. Oh, these people will stay shacks because they have religious access. I forgot that. That is, however, convenient for me. The school kids, once again, will not go where I want them to do. Let's do the nuclear option and move the school here. Yeah, there. I wanted this for desirability boosters, but those school kids have got to do what I tell them to. And they do. In fact, I think they hit everything from here. Meaning this other school is superfluous. I won't delete it though, I'll keep it around for now. Our first villa, that's a good sign. And he's big. Okay, very nice. Now, they want another god for some reason. The gods aren't making their way around. Mercury and Mars... Wait. The Grand Temple that I built here can't actually reach... Where did my money just go? Uh-oh. Let's stop the imports, shall we? Okay, I need to make a lot of exports to make up for that.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Because Caesar's on his way if I don't deal with that. Let's have you grow out like so, please. Yeah, the Neptune Walker constantly going that way is actually a really, really unfortunate thing for me. But it's solvable, as most problems are. Because I can just slam down another walker there. I want to make sure they're getting everything else, though. I did make this a little too... Oh, the Bath Walker doesn't hit there. Ah, it's so close, but she gives up. Why does she always give up? Alright, I'll move you over there then. Hopefully you can do it. Yeah, I suspected this loop was just a little bit too long. All of my trade is drying up now. I need these patricians taxed like mad very soon. Which means I need them to be patricians, and quite a few of them are refusing. Because they think the area is undesirable, amongst other things. Not a big fan of spamming oracles. You wouldn't think so, given what I'm doing here. Dum da da dum dum dum. Wait, not enough marble? That's a bizarre problem to have. With the demand for weapons changing, I should actually transfer that over a little bit. And I should also make sure that I actually keep some marbles for myself. Especially to keep these places desirable. I mean, that's still not desirable enough for you, and I've boosted it quite a lot. But I can always boost it more. Come on, Bathhouse Walker. I need you. I need you to walk over here. I also need to start... Wait, not enough variety of entertainment is a big problem. Why? You have theatre access. You have amphitheatre access. You have Colosseum access. Oh, if I want to push it above that, I actually need to get good coverage. That's okay, though. Granville is a perfect place to start with, as long as I get all the types. I can boost the rest later. Severely concerned about the money situation right now. Nah, they don't need the Hippodrome. Trust me. They say they want it, but I tell them they don't. You're still waiting on some of this pottery to come on through, but that's okay. You will get the pottery. I think a reasonable thing to do is to have each of them have 2 different goods to get. The warehouses, that is, but maybe that's not necessary. Currently looking at this thinking, what is necessary? Don't like the fact that some of the market ladies are walking all the way over here for their food. But I think that's just a food throughput issue. Right, I'm not saying I'm worried. Wait, you don't have access to the hospital. Oh boy, these walkers are problematic. And it's because of the damn staircase over here. The walker keeps getting caught in the staircase and going blub, 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 and then circling back. I wish the staircases weren't so infuriating as they are in this game, but they are. Is everybody getting academy access? No, once again. The stairway. Stairway of doom. Alright, well that's fine. I have free labor. And it needs to be used up eventually. Bathhouse lady, please. Thank you. If I'm confident that this is okay, I can get rid of that bit of road there. If I'm confident this thing won't devolve on me, and hopefully it does not. Crunch, that's good. That's very good. Funny that we still have desirability issues over here of all things. More marble is needed, sir. Well, they are still buying marble, so I should still be selling marble, but I need the desirability boosted. You still need your pottery, which this thing should be getting for you. I wonder, is it too far away from the pottery warehouse? I think it is, actually. In that case, you, whiny, go and get me pottery, otherwise these people won't evolve.
Ja, jag trivs inte här. Arbetslösheten, den är för hög helt enkelt.
Hervidenkel indeed. Can't really afford to be in debt at the end of the year. I need to get a bit more exporting done. Get myself into the black, and then next year focus on sponging up all the unemployment and taxing these people's togas off. The library has continued to let me down. I will relocate it. Kind of glad I made this extra large then. Was that right, actually? I think I might want that for an oracle. I'll move the librarian here. I mean, that might do it, it might not. Just depends on how they navigate the stairs, because look at how awful they are at doing it. It's like, it's just a magnet for troublesome walkers. Horrifying. Fortunately, the Senate guy doesn't have any problem with it, because I need the Senate guy to be taxing these people like mad. Alright, getting black, and then turn of the year we do all of the everything. For now, though, it is still time for desirability. Alright, that's a good sign. That's an excellent sign, in fact. Let's trim that down a bit, because you need the space to expand. I need to be careful that you don't expand into that, right? Because that's your space to go to, so I'm going to put down a small statue right here to prevent that very thing from happening. And then if you do expand, I want you to go in that direction. Blomp. Wait, you don't have enough entertainment. Amphitheater, yes. Theater, no? How is that possible? This actor colony isn't bringing people down to that place. Huh. However, this is solvable because I can just ram a theater in here. And then a theater walker will do what I need it to do. Unexpected, though. I didn't think there was a range on that. Well, discovering new things every time I play this game. Just throw a theater over there and hope that it helps. That'll be another +10 for you. These people are still not getting access to the hospital, and the clinic isn't going around either. I should have a doctor in here. What about the barber? All these problems, by the way, is because of this freaking staircase. And I couldn't not be adjacent to it because I needed access for these people. Maybe there was a way to not be adjacent to it, but it's not something I explored enough. So I'm having to double down a lot of buildings here that I don't want to do. This desirability over here is going to be a problem. I can smell it. I'll do what I can, though, for I must. A sad truth about oracles is that whilst they have good range, their value isn't actually that high. It's 876. 887766 at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 distance. So yeah, you can put them quite far away, and they will have an effect. You gonna be okay there? I hope you are, because that's where I'm building you as soon as I have some spare marbles. As soon as I have some spare marbles. Gosh, we're struggling on that front, aren't we? Let's eradicate more of you. Yay, all those happy kids. Okay, it is January. I now need to engage in ultra taxation. I hope this works, because I need to vastly increase wages, shove taxes to 25%, and make people do make work. Where will we have Flushing Meadows? Because I need almost 200 fountains, which seems insane, right? Since I don't plan on using this area for people, we will use it for fountains. Sorry, Palmar. I'm sure you had something in your head about what this land could be used for. This will put me into debt with Toga Boy, and it's kind of the do or die moment for me in this map. Because if I make money, I claw myself out of debt and everything is good. If I don't, I die. Well, that's do or die for you, isn't it? Just slamming down many, many, many of these. Each of them soak up 4 labor force. And I'm not worried about cutting this off for walkers because the walkers go through the center part anyway. Alright, how's that do on our unemployment? Ignore what it does for our money. It does good thing for unemployment though. A few more and we're there. Unemployment needs to be at 4% or below for me to comfortably turbo tax. And now we need these. And I need them to be better. And I need those guys in the center to get whatever they're missing. What are you missing? The hospice just does not visit you, which is a sizable problem. Because that freaking stairway. Not really in a position to put it on the back here. It needs to go in here. Yeah, there's quite a few of them. Hey, the library still doesn't reach around here as well. I repositioned the library, but it wasn't enough. I'm low on opportunities to redo this. What I could do is shove the library over here. It seems I have space and desirability doesn't seem to be too bad. So I could shove a library... Yeah, I suppose here. If I think that's the best use of the library. Or best use of that 2x2, rather. But they at least all get the bathhouse access now. Okay, we'll just shove you there then. You are a slightly desirable neighbor. I just hope I don't run into desirability issues here. Okay, well...
This city is so dull. This city is so dull, I've had patients ask me if I can cure chronic boredom.
That was clinic access, but it's not doctor access, and they need both. And this guy just refuses to walk down the way I need him to go. And if I start building over here, I'm going to have severe issues with desirability. What I could do is shove it over here and hope that he walks down that way. Marok's little rockin' is getting in my way as usual. Marok and his little rock. Could put it over here, but I suspect I'll have desirability issues. 67, 87. What do I need for Meejum Palace anyway? 74. I will definitely have desirability issues if I tear down any of these statues. Was there ever a point in the channel where you played Caesar 4? Nope. I've never streamed it. I played a little bit of it in my own time, but it's just not a very good sequel. So I have not continued to touch it. I need to solve this problem now. These people have got to pay me their taxes. But the loop here just does not work properly because of the stairway. It's breaking a lot of people's patterns. And ultimately, what is needed? These guys need hospital access and library access. Now, maybe the library comes along here and everything's fine. But this is still needed. How do we do that? I could replace the school, and then the school is going to need to do some heavier lifting somehow. Haven't figured out how yet. But at least it's a 2x2 and a little more easy for me to navigate things around. Is what I'll tell myself. Alright, so here's what's happening. You're going to go there. You're definitely going to see everything like that. But now I'm in a very desperate situation to get the school coverage back. I think we found that this didn't work, but we can try it again. I think they were over here previously. We'll see what this does. Yeah, you get stuck in that square, which is not unexpected, but still annoying. I'm not thrilled at the idea of getting rid of one of you, but maybe I have to. Hope that didn't kill anybody's desirability too hard. Wait, does... Okay, the school kids go and hit up everybody from there. That's fine. That means I could use you for something else. Yeah, they break out like crazy. But the librarian is still refusing to walk where I need them to, even from here. He only ever walks in that direction. Okay, what the hell is that? Don't do that, please. He takes a directional turn and then immediately turns around. I need him to walk over here. I also need these people to be higher quality, so here's what we're going to do. We need to improve our entertainment. 3,000, 5,000, I have 6. Okay, well I have 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of you now. And the amphitheater coverage, 800 from 1. I need rather a lot of amphitheaters then. 2, 3, 4, 5. Seems barbaric, right? 6, 7. 8. Will do for now. And then... Oh, right, the unemployment. I was like, lost access for the fountain. Surely you jest. There we go. And I need to import wine for them now, which is a burden. Wine import, please. The pottery appears to have dried up. So I also need to import that at great personal expense. I'll do that later. For now, I need these people paying me super taxes. I mean, we're close. We're really close. But these guys in the center... How do you not have barber access? A barber, and it's not barber enough. Alright, there's your barber. And then you need a little bit more desirability, which I think I could get from a little dude over here. That's fine. Come on, more patricians. I need more badly. Good, good, good. Part of the problem is we don't have all the people living here. They need academy access. The academic worker does not walk from there to there. Oh, this is beginning to really hurt. You're not getting furniture? Could you please also get a little bit of furniture? Couldn't hurt that much. Your lack of desirability is an increasingly urgent problem. Alright, good to see more patricians growing though. That's excellent. barber. But I do worry a bit about that academy thing. Yeah, there's no plaza available. Plaza would work really well for desirability, but no plaza, no can do. The academy. I could try putting it over here. Basically, it's just put it down and hope that it works. So I'll put 2 of them down. And debt is piling up. And you know, the whole point of this map is to pay off the debt, not accrue more of it. Yeah, cut away on some of the workers. Having more people work is actually a bad thing, because it means more people that I have to pay. Okay, come on, keep climbing out of debt. And for the love of God, could that barber actually walk over here? Come on, barber, just go right there. It's not difficult. And that guy's just wandering around in circles. There we go, boom. We're getting places now. Villa, bigger villa, bigger villa. They're still saying that they need access to that accursed academy. The academics are walking this far. And you'd think they would... Why do they turn back like that? I think I know why. They do not like taking diagonals. That hurts. That hurts a lot. I could try putting an academy over here, but I think the desirability loss would hurt a bit too much. Might not, though. Academies are really desirable neighbors. I should try it. Especially since these academics are not going where I need them to. Let's try this. Do any of these want to devolve? Yes, but only a little bit. I think that's okay. I'm going to claim that's okay. That means you guys are going to go away. Oh, that's more like it. That is considerably more like it. I knew I was saving this for this oracle. Oops. Forget I said that. I don't want to be in the black at the turn of the year, or else Toga Boy's going to invade me. So please make loads of money. Why am I losing money? Losing money is not allowed. I could run into a big problem approximately now. Nobody's around to take anything off of me, and I think Caesar's about to go ballistic. Well, I know Caesar's about to go ballistic. We don't have any personal funds left. Because there's not enough people living in these palaces, they're not paying me enough tax currently. Oh, hold on, black?
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
I think you might have just saved my bacon right there, sunshine. Oh, yes! We're on tender bloody hooks. But we are still, for now, alive. Okay, I need these things turned into patricians on the double. Desirability is going to be a little bit difficult to pump over here, but it can be done. The question is how. There is a way in here, right? Yeah, so I could actually just double Oracle here. But actually, large statues are good and all, but desirability is proven tough. You're going to be growing in this direction, so what I could actually do is just surround you with gardens, which are a pretty big booster, especially considering I've got 2 large statues right here. It'll concentrate a lot of desirability right there. And then reaching you is a little more difficult. I mean, I can put some statues over here. It won't accomplish much, though. But it will accomplish a little bit. Hang on. Couldn't I get rid of you now? With the academy here, does the academy need to be there? I say no, it doesn't. And then I can have a large statue here. And then employees needed, that's fine. That's actually good because it's more fewer people that I need to pay. Excellent. Good. Good, but very difficult to make better. But very difficult is not impossible. Boom. Ignore Caesar. Oh, yeah. Oh, no! What the hell? Something obstructed the road to Rome. Now, that's a really, really dangerous thing to hear, because what the game very helpfully does is delete a bunch of aqueducts for you. I see what it is. You grew into that, blocking this, because I never put a gap in my aqueducts. That's okay. Don't worry. Don't panic. Just put it back. And then check and see if the game deleted any other aqueducts. Yeah, look. I don't know how the logic for deleting aqueducts actually works. And I suspect there are approximately 0 people in the world that do. But what happened there was, since the game could not route a path from here to here, it just deletes stuff until it can do it. And it usually starts with walls and aqueducts. Greetings, Jake and chat. How's the scenario, says Vasanas. Tough. Tough, but I'm doing it. Okay, something could have broken very easily there. Let's save and save often. Okay, there's no sign of people saying we lack water access, so we're going to devolve now. This guy is just a tiny bit shy of being better than he is. And what we could actually do is we could use our powers of knowing the exact desirability numbers. So he's got 65. He's got 66 here. I want him to be a medium palace. The medium palace requires desirability 74, is that right? He's a small palace. How does he even reach small palace? Ah, I see. He has 69 over here. That is enough. I'm not sure I have a way to squeeze even more onto that. Although I could probably get rid of this hospital if I think that other hospital is dealing with everything, which it probably is. So let's do this. Done and done right. Now, I need these patricians to breed like rats. Rats, I say. And on top of that, I need my pottery to hold. I have a little bit of pottery here, and the markets, I think, are all stocked. Stacked even with pottery. So we need the pottery to hold before I import, because the imports will drain my coffers like nobody's business. And then I need to make enough money to get Toga Boy off my back. So we just need to hold. I need my people to not rise up in arms against me. People are very pleased with me, right? We need to keep unemployment down enough. Ignore the pa. In fact, how about we just have no more envoys to Rome telling us about how in debt we are? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 medium palaces, and I need them to very desperately get more immigrants. So I need to make sure the city mood is high enough to maintain immigration, but that's seldom a problem for me. And as long as we can just make enough bloody money, we're okay.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
No, I don't want any top quality goods. I want to make money, get Caesar off my back, have my patricians breed, and all is well. We can sort out things like the lack of prosperity, the crippled favor. All these problems can be dealt with, but for now I just need to make some bloody money. Ninja talking about all the things that could be done in Caesar, but at the same time, well, I mean, could be done by somebody else. For an Indian has no free time.
This city is a reasonable place.
We are starting to make money hand over fist, which is good because I need to fist over hand loads of money in order to get the pottery needed to plug my pottery gap. And the pottery gap will start appearing soon. If I leave it too late, then the inertia won't be strong enough and I will still lose out. But remember, Toga Boy is very, very angry and wants all the money. There is no money in existence that he doesn't want. Oh god, I actually need to fulfill one of those this year, or else I'm going to lose another 2 favor. I lose 2 favor every year because I'm citizen rank. And Toga Boy hates his citizens. At least if I was clerk rank, I could drop my own salary to citizen and only lose 1 favor a year. As it stands, I'm forced to lose 2, and the next 2 that I lose is going to make him scream at me. Not in a good way. So we need to make a touch more money so I can send him just one of these. 6,000 is the lowest one I could give him. So we need 6,000 denarii at some point this year. Actually, it also can't be at the end of the year, so I need to... Oh, jeez. Wait, I need to do that really soon because sometimes he takes a while to acknowledge the stuff being sent and then favor goes down and oh god, I need that money! A good day to you.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
I don't think I'm making money fast enough. I can't think of a way to weasel my way out of the boys in blue unless I make some serious freaking money. The problem is that right now taxes are not defeating wages. This is maybe not enough palaces. At least not enough inhabited palaces. Obviously we could make making double the money if the people actually lived there. Yeah, money is too stagnant. Do some resettlement? What, you mean like deleting houses to get people to move over here? I'm pretty sure that doesn't work. I'd like it if it did, but as long as an immigrant is already heading towards one of these houses, then the emigrants will just sod off out of the map. I have thought about that mechanically. Oh god, 6 grand, right. Toga Boy, here. Boom, who just saved my butt?
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
Okay, not out of the woods yet. We immediately get the favor boost, but the favor is immediately going to go away if I don't stay in the black. By stay, I mean, you know, just approach the black. There's still some weapons to export, apparently. Well, let's hope they come and take those weapons in the next month.
I can't wait to do some trade. I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
A Thane should buy these weapons, and then that'll keep me in the black. Come on, Athens. For once, the Greeks will pay their debts. No, don't wait in queue. Buy my stuff.
Dockers are collecting some goods we're buying from a warehouse.
Go away.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good
All right, we're black. Come on, those weapons right about now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Head is above water for now. Population slowly growing. It does. They'll divert from the exit to an empty house when the current immigration going to it arrives. That I didn't know. Do they carry more people than immigrants do? Sadly, the immigration takes a long, long route to get around here. Okay. Toga Boy, I've bought a little bit of time with him. I need my money to really, really go up a lot more. As you can see, wages still beat taxes, but taxes are catching up. And we still do make trade receipts. Unfortunately, if I don't start importing pottery soon... No, I have to delay the import of pottery. I simply can't afford it. If inertia does in those people, then too bad. But I can't afford to do anything about it. Don't bother with that. It's probably a waste of time. What do? You accept pottery? Well, that's fine. You get marble and weapons. You get weapons. You get marble. Maybe you should also get weapons the way things are going. And maybe stop getting marble. The marble exports still exist, mind you, but they're kind of on par with weapons. Yeah, we should tax the dead as well. That'd be handy. Fewer people working is easier on my coffers. But deletion and rebuilding is also a cost. I did send tribute to Toga Boy, right? Yeah, 500 denarii. Breed. Remember, I could be making approximately double the amount of taxes that I do right now if these people were just full of immigrants. But the long, long path from the immigration point is hurting me. I wonder if it was ever reasonable to put the patricians over here. There is the space for it, and there's the food here. It might have even been a better idea, but it means the initial influx of laborers would have taken longer. Well, yeah, problems come and problems go. I am increasingly worried about the pottery situation. Fortunately, it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 houses worth of pottery consumption. It's not the end of the world. People are still very pleased with me because I keep unemployment low. Taxes are rapidly catching up with wages. Please, more patricians. I had a very similar problem, says Baron. I actually wonder if it's necessary to put them near the entry. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, that's so bad. And that was a 4 increase? That was a 4 increase of wages. Ow. You know, this estimated annual bill, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. Maybe it does, but still, ow. Okay, so wages are now surging past. I hope the exports don't continue to dwindle, because exports are keeping me alive. The initial laborers would have had the bridges to get to the other side of the lake. That is true. If I'd built up the initial settlement here. And it would have been very similar to it, and then I could use this for the patricians. Well, I can't exactly roll back the clock and do that now. I had an idea. We'll see if it works, though. Because, you know, there's still possibilities here. These palaces have a lot of space for people. Just get them shoved in there on the double. Kind of curious just how many people move in. Oh god, I think they are even going all the way around here to move in, which is extra painful. Taking extra long time for people to move in. Bad.
Salutations! This city is quite well run.
Yeah, there's one of the immigrants. Where's he moving to? I think he just went into here. I didn't see what its old number of people were. Okay, right, you're coming in. So what do we have? We got 62, 57, 67. He goes into the 62 place, and he brings up to 66. All right, 4 people. I'm gonna need a bit more than that, you know. That wage boost. Inflation in Rome hurting me badly. I've uploaded my version of River Rapids Mark 6 into the Discord if you want to compare. Once you've won, I'm now off for food. Oh, thanks, Crickety. I do like checking out other people's finished cities once I'm done with my own. On stream, of course. Alright, alright. I hate to say it, but we are still making money. The problem is Caesar's demand for tribute is going to be coming for me as well. And I have very limited time to meet all of his many, many needs for my money. I wonder if sending him money counts as expenses for me. Can't afford to be in the red at the turn of the year, but I think I'll be okay with this. So net in outflow is in 7,900. If I send this off to Toga Boy, does it actually count as an expense? If it doesn't, that's really painful because it means he's going to take tribute based on... Okay, no, sundries. Oh, it counts as a sundry. I always wondered what that even meant. Sundries. Bizarre word. Alright, keep something in the bank for Toga Boy when he comes to collect. Otherwise he'll be collecting with the boys in blue. And I continue to worry about the pottery situation. I might seem very paranoid about the pottery, given I've got over 100 in each of the marketplaces here. But my problem is when the pottery dries up, they need to be able to get some more. But there is more here and here. It's just so dreadfully expensive. The inflow is pretty good. Toga Boy will probably take a reasonable chunk off of me. Especially when I keep making money. Oh, thanks, Toga Boy. Just increase inflation by another 4. The amount is random between 1 and 4, and we just back-to-back got 4 and 4, which has disastrously increased my wages, which my taxes are still not able to defeat. I hope everybody's actually registered for taxes. Could you imagine if they're actually not? I think Taxman
Ja, denna stad, ja, den verkar fungera väl.
is just constantly running around in a circle. A full circle as well, which is good. That'll keep everybody registered. Alright, looks like they are. At least it can't get worse. I'm pretty sure it can and likely will get worse. This is Palmar we're talking about. Sundries, a catch-all for expenses that don't fit any other category, like the cost of festivals or losses from theft. Straight from the manual. Well, RTFM indeed. Thank you kindly, Quipper.
This city isn't too bad, really.
Yeah, at least people like my city. I've got that going for me.
Will that be a shave or a trim, citizen? Life here's all right, isn't it?
Salutations. This city is quite well run.
I'm not sure about quite well. I reckon once all the patricians are in, we are going to make damn good money. Oh my god, why? Went up by 3 that time, so it just wages just went up from 32 to 43. And they can go up by another 2. It's somewhat random, though. It's seeded, so it will play out the same way, provided you start with the same save game. But if you replay the map file, then it can change. Yeah, we're almost maxed out on wages. Come on, immigrants. I need you now more than ever. And I really need to see to Caesar's demands here. 8,000 and 9,000 are needed. And, you know, it's only more strain being put on my money, not less. Dun, 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 dun. At least those olives are finding a good home. And yeah, there's a reason I import the... I have guessing warehouses for these weapons, so I get them sent off here nice and quickly. Taxes are now falling behind wages pretty badly. Starting to wonder if it's actually true that we're going to overcome them with all the palaces filled up. Starting to suspect the answer is no. What victory to condition takes the longest to raise? It varies quite a bit. Usually peace. At this rate, though, favor. Favor looks bad. You have 20 years to go. That's not the problem, though. The problem is that I must see to all of Caesar's demands. I believe if I miss even one of them, we lose. Alright, let's ship another 8 grand off to Toga Boy. It's 9 grand next year, whilst wages continue to surge ahead of taxes. And this isn't even me. The plot, if you missed it from the start, is that Consul Palmar has been cooking the books, claiming that my successes have been his successes. And he's been... Oops, that was too many to get rid of. Do that instead. I want unemployment to be like the upper end of 4%, just so I have fewer people that I have to pay. Yeah, so Consul Palmar has been embezzling funds, basically, and putting my name on it. So he says that if I don't go out here and raise enough money with only Senate taxing, right, I would have won this easily if I was allowed to use the forum wherever and just tax. But no, forum is prohibited. I don't know why it's allowed. Maybe Palmar can say. I think Palmar said that he wasn't sure it was possible, so he wanted to include the forum, but I think he should have confidence in his design. The real question is whether or not the favor numbers add up. At like 2 a.m. I was looking at them going, oh, probably looks okay, but let's be honest. I was very tired.
Och jag bara älskar
Och jobba.
från rika hus som det här.
Okay, apparently my loyalty will not be forgotten. How does Toga Boy feel about that? He is angry at me. Okay. And you do not have enough funds or goods. This is something that the game never used. The actual money demands. But it remained there in the files and got used in Julius. I think Augustus built upon that, but I'm not an Augustus player. I have to ask myself, what's the situation with the pottery? The situation is holding. A little bit of the pottery here got gobbled up, though, but my initial imports seem to be working out just fine. Caesar is going to take so much money off of me. 4 grand becomes... Oh, that wasn't nearly as bad as I thought. He only takes a portion of your profits, and he can put you into debt by doing that. But with a new year and a new lot of export possibilities, I think we might just be able to eke out his 9 grand demand, and that'll give me some time to actually build up real money for myself. Wages are only slightly ahead of taxes, and if we can just get the last of these bleeding patricians in... Maybe we can do it by population, right? So there's 24, 27, 37, 28, 17, 24, 22, and 45. Let's say there's an average of 30 people to come into these. So that's an increase of, let's say, 30%. So let's say our taxes can go up by 30%. Taxes can increase, and that will be plenty to cover wages, even with the final wage boost. So we're now a profitable city, provided Palmar doesn't further crush the exports, which he might. He could make... well, there's no import other than pottery that I rely on, but he could crush the exports of weapons or marble or anything, really. But surely he's a nice man and won't do that. For what it's worth, I think I could export a bit more wood. I'm going to try that. If the tax officers are there, then someone might squeal that the books are being cooked. If you collect them yourself, all is good. Squealers. We are surging ahead on the money, so we should be able to quite comfortably meet Caesar's demand and then possibly do some pottery import. Because I don't want to seem too profitable or Toga Boy is going to demand all of the money. Maybe we just got a very early amount of export done. Whoa, wait, 17 already done this year on the furniture? That explains the money. But there's still weapons to be sold, so let's not worry too much about it. Get our 9 grand, ship it over to Toga Boy, enjoy a comfortable amount of favor to bank on. Keep trimming those down so I have fewer people to pay. Fewer wages make me happier.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Despite there being 2 docks, he didn't split up and use the other one, because this other dock, for some bizarre reason, gets withheld or requested by the ship that comes after that one. So I don't know why it works that way, but it does.
Another successful voyage.
Good for you. Please buy more stuff. Please make me more taxes. Oh boy, we're very close to taxes beating wages. And when we hit that point, things start looking much better. Alright, we're in the 9 grand zone. I do want this taken care of. Just want that off my back. That's all of Caesar's money demands taken care of. Now we need to continue to make the tax money. Embrace the inflation one last time. Possibly 2 last times. There are significant prosperity concerns, of course. It claims to be rising, but I don't know what my prosperity cap is, because I have a lot of crappy little tents flying around. Well, at least I can get rid of some. And just as well as I do, because my unemployment was getting a little bit too high there. How do you get the favor up now? Let's not talk about that. Nobody needs to ask such dangerous questions. I'm gonna start trimming away some small tent labor that we have floating around. Oh, here we go.
Down with the governor! The governor clearly doesn't care about me, so I'm gonna show him how I care about his city.
Fortunately, protesters don't really amount to much unless they form a mob, and as long as you keep the overall city sentiment high enough, they won't. So they're just going to be isolated criminal problems. And that is caused because they don't get food. It's tinderbox of unrest. Yeah, these crappy little tents are dragging my city down, but it's not a big deal. They do hurt your peace rating, but the peace rating is not the concern on this map. Right, I hate to say it, and I really do, but I'm going to have to import some pottery. Just a touch.
I can't wait to do some
You don't sell pottery, who does?
I love a good deal.
A little worried about this. Could I... No, oh well, just live with it. I have to pay for wine every now and then, but whatever. Whatever.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I can't wait
You're the awful person that sells me pottery. I need to be careful about this one. I want to import pottery, but not so much that I go into the black. If I go into the black, then Toga Boy's going to have my guts for garters. And, oh, okay. For some reason, he does decide where he wants to go. And then in comes the pottery. Importing by boat is surprisingly slow. There's one, there's one, there's one. I think this will be fine, though. Yeah, I need this pottery. I hate to say it. What is it, like 380 denarii per bit of pottery? Oh, man. Eclipsing my wages yet further. Oh, but look at that. Finally, for the first time, taxes beat wages. This is a happy day for us. We've reached a new year. We paid a piddly amount of tribute. I hope that's not my prosperity cap. No, I think I just don't get a lot of it because of losing money, yeah? Yeah, if your city doesn't actually make money, then your prosperity rating suffers. But prosperity isn't the problem. Favor is the problem. And money is the problem. I would still like to be making more money, but, you know, a lot of that's sundries. So if you ignore the 9 grand of sundries, I actually made about 8 grand. And we're projected to make more money because we're still getting more patricians moving in. One patrician palace is completely full. Lovely. In fact, we can easily tell who's full without hovering, or without clicking on over all of them. Because if it's full, it makes me 126 denarii per month. So this one's full. And this one's pretty close to full. Oyoba.
Ué, mas parece até que você não precisa de mim. Essas construções estão uma beleza, muito bem cuidadas.
Wrong useless language.
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här.
Ugh, man. Disgusting. You can tell from his voice that Ninjin is a horrifying born and bred Stockholmer. jobba. Jobba en skattning för att rika huset. Ugh. I'm glad I got out of there. Over to the glorious metropolis of Hungary. Okay. Those pottery imports are gonna have to stop approximately now. There we go. No, do not export it. That would be a huge mistake. Get the pottery in. Though, one fun thing you could do if you were desperate to make a profit is you could spend more on pottery one year and then sell it the next year. You'll make a bit of a loss, but you will be able to divide your money between 2 different years, which might be important for your prosperity rating. Ah. Hell no, says Ninja. I'm born in a forest and my accent is strong as heck.
Another successful voyage.
Alright, well, the money is coming in, which is good, but if the money keeps coming in, then Toga Boy is going to take it in tribute. So actually, I'm actually going to keep the pottery in ports coming. Gotta cook those books. Could actually get rid of even more of my make work. Remember, I want fewer people working, so there are fewer people that I need to pay wages to. So the demographic shift is probably working my advantage now. Yeah, we've got all these 50-year-olds retiring, and there are not as many young guns to replace them. So that means proportionately less of my society is working. And that is good, because low unemployment improves city mood. Come on, I actually want more of this ludicrously expensive pottery. I must cook the books, as Consul Palmar has taught me to do so. But yeah, oh, the money. Yes!
Will that be a shave or a trim, citizen? Life here's all right, isn't it?
No, give me the jobba.
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här.
Wonderful. Alright, good. We've got a lovely, lovely windfall of pottery now. I'm not very concerned about running out of it anytime soon. In fact, after this next batch comes in, I'm going to stop the pottery imports. In fact, I'm going to stop them right now because my money's disappearing fast. It is still very important that I do not end up in debt to Toga Boy at the turn of the year. Otherwise, that messes with my favor rating. And I feel like there is no leeway on the favor rating here. Did I ever lose more favor than I should have? I think there was one year where I was in the red at the turn of the year. No, I don't think that's true. But I did lose a bit because I had to go into debt to begin with. Which I'd hoped not to, but I made a mess up. Is mining the earthquake in the cards? Might just be enough to take us over the edge. So there is a little bit more industry that I could do. I could be exporting vegetables and I could be exporting iron. These are plausible things I could do. The problem is this is where all my export stuff is done. A little awkward to get anything over there. It's probably the right thing to do, though. I have a hard time arguing against that. There's a spot over here where I could get a little bit of iron and ship that over. But I don't really want to further add to this setup. Yeah, no, I don't want to. Oh, I don't want that either. So now that we finally have defeated wages with our taxes, Rome has decided to print more money, thereby increasing inflation. So now in the past, how long have we been here? 11 years. In the past 11 years, we have faced 50% interest. Inflation, rather. 50% inflation in 3 years. Whew, that's... wait a minute. Don't ask Hungary about that. I have too much money. Caesar's gonna want it. Ah, well, Caesar's gonna take, what, like 800 denarii off of me? He's gonna have to start making some demands, though, or else I won't have anything to fulfill. prosperity over at 63, and I certainly hope that's not the limit. That needs to be going up and up and up some more. Even more unemployment. Chunk. I really do not need to add a lot to population. It'd be very, very easy to build up more here. But the reason, there's a very good reason I don't want to increase my population, and that's because I can't tax them. Anybody I add just means I have more workers, and more workers means more people I have to pay without being able to make up with it in taxes. So there is no good reason for me to add any more population to this city until we're going for the win. However, when we do go for the win, that's going to be some problems for our prosperity. Considerable problems, actually. Maybe, what I do is I feed them the patricians' food. I actually have a good amount of food backed up here. Vegetables would be the most beloved food, but I could actually just initially feed them just to boost them up to small casas as quickly as possible. And then I can still add more farmlands, but you know, we need to get the favor up before we even think about any of that. Yeah, always casa block. There is no reason to build beyond casa on this map. Pottery is far too expensive to give it to people that we don't tax. However, and there's always a however, if we end up with lots of money and not lots of prosperity, I could elevate these people to small casa, small insulae. I don't want to, but depending on how things go, it might be the reasonable option. We're absolutely clustered up with goods here, but there's no incentive for me to fix that currently. Palmar must be running as a Roman central bank as well. Yeah, I think we need to get a direct line with Toga Boy here. There's some exploitation going on, and it's not the good kind, because I'm the one being exploited. There's a lot of crappy little tent labor that needs to go away here, but maybe towards the end when we punch out for the last bit of prosperity. Whilst this is running, let me have a quick look at my stuff here. Let's assume we have, I don't know, maybe I have 10 small tents. Yeah, 10 small tents alone brings my prosperity down a fair whack. But maybe not a small enough whack. What have I got? I got 1 tent, 2 tent, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ignoring these little 3 over here, which could certainly go. What was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's actually fine. Provided these guys eventually die in a fire, and I'm sure they will. The problem is I need them for labor access for these guys, but they will go away when we eke out the win. I plan on eking out a win. That money is looking fantastic, though. When does Caesar have some more demands for me? Because if he doesn't have more demands, I can't actually fulfill them. Why not just evolve them slightly? You mean the tents? It's quite a bit to do for that. Although, you make a compelling argument. I think I need this as a pathway, but I could thwack you down here. And you over there. And, Oyoba. What else could we do here? This would be blocked. Do I have space for anything here? No, there's another Palmar pebble right there. Dum 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 dum. Can't quite squeeze in some water without sacrificing. Oh, hang on, hang on. No, there's not enough space over there. I'd have to get rid of a farm to bring in some water, but I actually think I overproduce food here. Veggie farm count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I think I only need 20. So I could actually tear this down, replace it with a water thing and water them. But I could also not. I like the idea of not doing that. There we go. And I could somehow weasel in a marketplace to deliver them their goods. Deliver us. And maybe the market trader occasionally goes here and gives you access to food. Look, there's one right now. Oh, but you hate how ugly it is living here. Oh, don't worry, I hate you too. Here, have a couple of small statues of me. Ah, see? Just like that. The rest of this place is ugly as sin, though. But that's why oracles exist, right? Something, something, a multitude of sins of the Solar Empire. Maybe they'll figure it out. And there's these. I even put this reservoir over here with a view to watering these people, and I never actually did it, because these people could be fed. And in fact, raising these people up to an agreeable level of housing is not difficult. I'm just not doing it. But maybe I should. Because all I'd need to do is slam down a granary. And we can just do that in the back of Beyond. Tell this granary that it accepts only veggies. I don't have space for a veggie farm, but I think at this point we could do with 1 fewer bits of olives being exported. There's your veggies, and eventually you will have this marketplace giving you all your goods. Might be a bit undesirable for a while, but they'll figure it out. Yeah, so we can casa these people quite easily. I'll give them their services once there's a bit of food flowing. What's our plan to deal with Favor? There's nothing I can do with Favor until Caesar makes some demands. And if he doesn't start making demands soon, I'm just going to die. Yeah, because if Favor drops to 10, Caesar invades me, and there's nothing I can do. We have no defenses available, and the layout of this does not really afford me to do a civilian defense. And even if it did, he'd just keep attacking me. So let's sure hope Palmar scheduled some more demands from Caesar to the tune of all of the favor ever. At least prosperity looks good. Damn right I look good. I'm so close to getting a reservoir here and watering these plebes. Wait, maybe I'm overthinking it. Oh, I'm so freaking good. How does it happen? There's the water for these people. I can't quite water the people over here, but screw them. I might actually produce too much food. I might be able to trim this off entirely, and the rest of you can get your labor access without this crappy tent. I'm going to believe that. So I'm just going to delete this tent, and delete the road that leads to that tent, and delete you. Because that is not an unreasonable distance to go to get labor access. Donk. Getting rid of you means that's no longer a problem. These guys... Wait a second. By getting rid of you, that opens up this. So now I can even water you. Oh, it's casa everywhere now. And we don't even mind one-by-one casa much. We mind it a little, but not much. I do actually want that road going here, because it aids the labor access. And then I will need some basic market stuff for you. The engineer definitely gets there. And then I somehow need to give services to these people. After all, services are suffering here. Dum da da dum dum dum. This continues to be a little bit awkward, but only a little. That theatre walker's never gonna get over here. This thing'll never hold together. I could get rid of this, yeah, should I? Probably not. Whatever. I can figure the rest out amongst themselves. Maybe some of the walkers, like, maybe this religion walker comes down here. He goes to you, at least. Maybe we could push this even further beyond. And then what I can do is I can sneak in... Oh... a theatre. And a small temple to... Who do we care the least about? Well, everyone, but who do we like the most? I mean, it's over by the farms, sure. Here's a Ceres temple. Goyoba. Ooh, now we can remove the farm, make a reservoir here, and get 2 more farms. 2 more? What, you mean around here? There's no real space for the farms, because the farms must connect to this road network and explicitly not this road network. Although I suppose what you mean is I could squeeze this up a bit, but nah. We seem to be doing okay on the farm front. Oh, we're getting somewhere now. No religion, but maybe the religious walker will come down here. It's not unthinkable. Oh, wait. One of those thoughts have happened. What if we do this? And then if you lack something else, we can give it to you as well. It's not great labor access, but it's something. Yeah, and you are probably... Yeah, the library doesn't come your way. That's just never going to happen, but that's fine. Large hovel is acceptable. You don't get religion, but that's okay. I can give it to you. Because I am as a god. I am the morning and the evening star. Here's Venus. Sure, I'm spending a lot of time looking at things that aren't patricians. Caesar, where the hell are my demands? He's just sitting there, seething about me, without actually giving me an opportunity to prove myself. Freaking Caesar, man. Seether, that's what we should call him. Seether 3. That's more like it. Let's get that temple for Mars over here. This is all to work on my horrible prosperity. If these people get market access, it'll be better to put a market over here rather than whatever either of these 2 things are. But that's not the problem. The problem is desirability. Not an easy thing to solve, but not impossible either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can kind of hit you with an oracle from here, but the oracle would explode. We don't want that, I think. I should have fed these people fruit instead of vegetables. Fruit is a desirable neighbor, but I didn't even consider that. Yeah, they should have been eating fruits, not vegetables. That's entirely on me. I mean, who else would it be on? I can slightly improve desirability with a couple of busts of me, and then they can enjoy living in large shacks. Still better than a tent. You might say, well, Jake, why don't you switch it out to being fruits? That could have some really, really nasty knock-on effects. But it might not. It might not. And I want it now. Now that I've seen the error of my ways, why did I set them up as vegetables instead of fruits? It's because vegetables is a more desirable food type, of course. But as neighbors go, you don't get much nicer than a fruit farm. Hope I didn't miss any, and I certainly hope I didn't build any where they weren't before. You missed a vegetable farm. Actually, I missed 2. There we go. That is desirability. Look at these things grow. Splendiferous. Now, the market ladies will empty out the granary of vegetables, but they will also now stock fruit. Well, once the fruit is in there. It's pretty cool. They still cry out for education. I guess I can do something about that. Not much, though. Just a little. I think all of the school children ignored the large hovel there and decided they wanted to go elsewhere. Alright. School kids, as usual, completely useless. Give them a library instead. Hope I don't run into food problems. I did massacre one of my wharves for this. When you say grow like that, it reminds me of the Majesty Wizard. My power grow. I'm melting, is more what I remember. Alright, I can handle some hovels. I think hovels look good anyway. Does bring in more people, which remains a problem though. As we mentioned before, we don't like people because we have to pay them. But what we can do is we can, rather than creating jobs, we can actually destroy houses. Which is actually a smarter thing to do on this map in particular. Instead of creating jobs, destroy houses. Because jobs mean people I have to pay. Speaking of paying, Caesar, I want to give you money. He demands tribute instead of actually demanding sundries, and that's hurting me. Anyway, these people actually have a little bit of food. Well, more than a little bit. Maybe I should have made this fruit as well, but too bad I didn't. How are the gods looking? They're all equally happy, but we love Neptune around here, so we're going to make ourselves a temple to Neptune. That'll bring them to large shack. The water will bring them to small hovel. They're going to want a drop of entertainment to become large hovel, and then a drop of education to become even better than that. What are you doing? Oh, right.
As cities go, this one seems okay.
Carry on as you were. I forgot that you're bringing over some weapons here. It's becoming a bit of a problem because now I overproduce lumber, and that means that this thing could struggle on bringing weapons over. So let's stop that for a moment. Unsurprisingly, it's undesirable, but unsurprisingly, I'm ready for that. There you go. More casa. And that means the only place without evolving going on is over here. And this wouldn't be difficult to solve. But it also wouldn't be difficult to just tear it apart. I mean, I can get rid of these and not worry too much about it. What about food? People like food, I'm told. Ah, screw them. I can handle a couple of tents. Caesar's like the Hungarian tax agent. Oh, nice reminder. I actually need to do my Hungarian taxes soon. Hopefully I didn't have to do them last week. Oh well, I'll deal with that eventually. It's a painful process. Gotta use their weird Java proprietary software to fill out my tax forms. That amount of pottery is wearing thin. But there's plenty over in the other place. Even so, I am a flush with cash. Let's import it. How long until Caesar demands all of my... What was that? You devolved. Why? My suspicion is something about markets. My further suspicion is something about oil. So the oil is down here, the market is up there. The problem is because of the Palmar... Hold on. I know I'm messing up with something that's been working pretty well for a long time, but if I put you here, and I tell you to specifically get pottery, not pottery, go and get oil and furniture. Then there's oil and furniture that's easier accessible for marketplaces over here. And that should cover a few gaps in market coverage. Because, yeah, we centralized pottery and wine and, for some reason, furniture as well. But if you go and get oil and furniture, and maybe you stop getting furniture? Nah, because then it'll just go there. Anyway, I just want to make absolutely sure we don't get more of that nonsense. Because if I face devolution here, I die. Prosperity dies, income dies, and I'm pretty sure eventually Toga Boy's going to want money. We had a look at it at the on the map maker earlier on. Although he better ask for it soon. Oh, you better ask for it real bloody soon. You probably have to deal with the upheaval in government. I do not watch the news, so if there's any upheaval, that's beyond me. What the hell was that? Okay, it was just the library falling down. Whew. This game doesn't have one of those ignore input for a short while moments, so if you are right-clicking and something pops up at that very moment, then too bad. Anyway, the librarian also does not want to go and visit there. But what I could potentially do is just move the school a little bit, and then maybe it does want to go there. I would love to know where exactly walkers are trying to go before I place the building, but it doesn't work like that. You have until May 20th to do your taxes. Thank you! That's very reassuring. School kids don't want to go there, as usual. I guess I better go and do my taxes then. I need to pay 2% of all my income to Shia folk local government for some reason. Central government, they want a flat amount every month. And given how infrequently locals here seem to pay their taxes, I'm probably single-handedly keeping this country afloat. What am I trying to look for? Education, library. I don't mind paying taxes. That's probably all my time in Sweden talking, but kind of legitimizes what I do. Means if I run into problems, I can at least point to the government and go, look at all the times that I've paid my taxes like I was meant to. Now give me my gibs. Although I don't know what the gibs are in Hungary. Haven't needed them. Unemployment has risen a little too high. As we mentioned before, we could create jobs, but it's better for us just to nuke people. And nuking them closer to the entry point is a good thing for us to do. So let's murk these folks. Blech. There we go, look at that. How you feel about everything, Nikki?
I've been thrown out on my own.
Yes, you have. Fortunately, devolution was caught in time, so there doesn't appear to be any problems. The marketplaces are restocking in the oil. I missed this little bugger, didn't I? Is there any relevance to you existing? Could I get rid of you? I feel like it's not a wise thing to do. I'll just keep you around for now. You're not doing any harm to me. Prosperity continues to grow very high. I think Sudazima put together a patch that shows your prosperity cap. And before long, I'm going to fold in all these nice quality of life changes. Needs a good name, though. You know, Julius is nice, and it is a fork of Julius, so... Brutus. I think that was Ninja's idea. He would be against it being stolen, but still. Wait a second. The food is struggling here. I should have knocked out some of these guys, and I still will. I'll find somewhere like these three. These three just blip, disappear. And then we get rid of some of our make work jobs. Wow, it's like the unemployment figures never even shifted. That should ease the burden on the food here a little bit. Might not be enough, mind you, but we try. You're not doing bloody anything, are you? Yeah, whatever. Brutus with crutches is what I'd call the build. Well, the thing is, you don't get any information here that you wouldn't have if you just sat down for a very long time and stared at it. You can figure out what the desirability on this tile is perfectly well. You just need to calculate the influence of this reservoir, the influence of this amphitheater, the influence of both of these things, the marketplaces, both of them. Even this marketplace is going to have an impact. But you could also just not, and you could just fold in this thing that gives you the number. And similarly, you can figure out where all the merger tiles are if you memorize the look of all of them, or you can just do that. That is quality of life. Ninjin loves quality of life when he gets it, but when other people get it, he's a mad hatter. 68, 54. Hold on, this isn't enough food to actually feed all these people, is it? absolute inte. Alright, let's get rid of that then. I'm hurting my exports of olives to these people. I'd name it Marius over both the Roman dictator and reformer and the Mario Marathon, which everyone did so well in. Still plenty of people that haven't gone in for the Mario Marathon yet. Shame on them. I missed a bunch of tents over here. I see of no reason that I can't elevate them a little higher in life, because we are chasing that 100 prosperity right now. Well, I think we're chasing it. I hope we are. I certainly am. Right, that doesn't look good, but whatever, that'll be fine. Shove that over there, get you watered. And does that even reach over here? Absolutely does. We'll get them watered, and it wouldn't be too hard to market them either. Food is not something we're short on over in our patrician block, so that's no big deal. And we actually overproduce veggies considerably by this point, so knocking one of these out's not too bad a deal, but I want to knock it out such that I can put in 2 2x2s here. That way you can get market access, and we can say that we really love Neptune. It's a shame this would block the road to Rome. It would be a good way to get them all their entertainment access, which otherwise they're going to be sorely lacking in. But whatever, hovels are fine. Everyone loves a hovel. Unemployment is so low, I can actually cut away more jobs, which is fantastic. And that means that... Oh, right. That thing fell down earlier, and I still forgot to build it an engineer post. But I think the message here is just ignore it. Doesn't need it. We don't need it. I suppose if I really, really wanted another library, I can shove one over there. Any cheeky bridges you could build to maintain the road to Rome? So somebody was asking about this earlier. Might have even been you. Let's scour the entire coastline for road to Rome bridges. That looks good, but it's blocked by a rock over here. And if there's one thing Romans are terrible at, it's terraforming. No cheeky road to Rome here. You need to have a flat edge on both sides, and of course to have it unobstructed. The earthquake shattered any possibility of using the Mittel Island there. The raised land means that none of this is usable. So it looks like... Well, is that a shortcut? Strictly speaking, yes, it is a shortcut. But shortcuts are not necessary anymore, because we've already filled up all the patrician houses. But yes, that would slightly lower people's walking time, because then they could just come over here, rather than over here and over here. But we're talking maybe like 10 tiles of distance reduced, right? Maybe like 12, maybe even 15. Looks ugly as sin, though, and that's a good reason not to do it. Otherwise, no. This is the closest. And even then, they still have to come down through here, so it doesn't save any time. Too bad. We're still on for Wintermute Saturday. No reason why we wouldn't be. We'll be back with Wintermute episode 5 tomorrow. And I hear it's a long one, so we're probably going to be at it for a long time. But that's what people want, right? Lots and lots of Wintermute. The story's just so compelling. How could we miss it? I have made some slight changes to the patrician blocks. I'm a little bit scared I broke something, but let's just hope that I did not. Our goal right now is to hit Prosperity 100. And I swear, if Caesar doesn't send me a demand in the next couple of years, I am smoked. I have all the money in the world to give him, and he doesn't want it. Oh god, I imported a ton of pottery. The pottery imports can probably stop now. Don't export them, just stop them. Now we make gorillions of money and send it off to Caesar. Not sure compelling was the word I use. That's the word I use, and I'm correct. I wonder if I should concern myself about that population number. Okay, you know what I just said about that ugly shortcut? What I clearly meant to say was, we're going to have it. I think it might be important towards the end, because we need a lot of people in the city, and I do need to feed them. So they're probably going to go over here. But I'm not doing it right now because it's completely irrelevant until Caesar gives me a demand. Of course it's compelling. It compels you to refund the game. Yeah, Wintermute's pretty terrible. But it really does make survival mode feel all that better to play. Yeah, hopefully you believe that. What's the city makeup right now? Kind of disgusted by the small tents there, but otherwise it looks fine. Where were the small tents again? Oh yeah, the ones over by the mining outpost. That's not a concern, I'm pretty sure. Look at that, 99 prosperity, a touch more and we're there. Prosperity is generally the hardest thing to get, but that favor is looking really, really grim. Palmar, where are the demands? Maybe I should start thinking up how to deal with it if Caesar, for some reason, does not give me any demands. If he doesn't give me a demand by the end of next year, he's going to invade me. I could beat back the invasion, but I need to use all of this space. Which means all of these people would no longer get food, meaning my people would die away, meaning my services would fall away for the patricians, meaning everything collapses. But that doesn't take the money away from my bank. The problem is, even if I beat back Caesar, he's going to be coming for me again. Army of prefects. What prefects? We have no towers, no prefects, no barracks, no military academy. The only thing we can fight with are gladiators and lions. Which is exactly what I do here. I would set up an amphitheater here. I'd have a looping road that goes around, and I would have 2,000 gladiator schools so that an army of gladiators rises up and destroys the boys in blue. These people would actually evolve if things were a little bit more desirable. Just a little bit. Which I think I could do. In fact, I wonder if this would work. And then we get rid of you. And then we put back this. Ah, that worked for one of them. Not the other one, though. Reaching out to you could prove problematic, because there's nowhere I can shove something that gives reasonable... What's the range on a... What's the range on a small temple? Is it actually 6? Wow, okay, here's what's happening then. You go here, you go here, oop, and then watch this. Boop. Yeah, the range in a small temple is actually pretty good. So it just slightly increased the desirability of living here, and then suddenly it's a lovely red-roofed casa. Caesar, I'm not messing around right now. I'm going to die to favor if you don't give me a demand. At least I'm rich. I should run off with this money. Maybe if I have enough money, Caesar will believe me that it was all Consul Palmar's fault. As it stands right now, I'm in some hot water. You could always cheese the game, right? There's always this option to set yourself to Caesar's salary for a couple of months, send Caesar a gift, and then put yourself down to citizen salary. Because Caesar only checks or how much he cares about your salary at the turn of the year. That's probably how Councilman Palmar has been cooking the books, actually. Caesar finally went and did an audit on the wages that his governors have been taking. Are we enjoying or not enjoying the map? It's been pretty cool, but I'm starting to worry here. I need the demands from Caesar, because right now the city is more or less finished. More or less. One of the reasons I tend to shy away from maps that are like this is because it ends up that you just make the best patricians you can and everything else is casa. Because there's no point going beyond casa most of the time if you can't tax them. As I was worried about, the food situation here is struggling. But we are at 100 prosperity, so surely there's no need to worry. Yeah, don't tell me. Wait a second, couldn't I have this? No. But what if I could? No, I can't. But what if I could? Hold on, hold on. Don't say can't, say will. Because I can put this around and I can maintain that and we can get the food back. I don't know if you're going to get your employees though, you might not. But again, what if you did? That even gives me a space to add a market here, which may be relevant. Yeah, I think I need to add that that wharf back in because they're struggling on food here. And actually, to combat the struggle, I will also delete some of you. Hello, Nikki.
I've been thrown out of my own.
And goodbye, make work. Yeah, there we go. Instant success. Finally. Okay, with very, very little time to spare, Toga Boy has finally made a demand. And if I had ever turned the year whilst being in the red, I would not have made it to this point. Caesar sends me a very level-headed demand for 12,000 denarii. It's all yours, mate. Go on, it's on me. And here's hoping that he rewards me with approximately infinite favor. What's Caesar doing at a time when Rome was still pacifying Western Italy and had only instituted a republic for a single generation? I don't know. Palmar often seems to do 500 BC maps. I mean, he's there to explain it, but I assume he just forgets to put a date on it, or he doesn't think of a good theme for it. Okay, I still need Rome to acknowledge the 12,000 denarii that I just sent them. Took a big bite out of my budget, that's for sure. Oh, it's easier to calculate. Well, you gotta think in reverse. Surely 0. Oh, well, no, he come... oh! Well, Caesar. I know I wanted to send you all the money, but maybe not all of the money. Hey, take some more. Yeah, Caesar heard you had money and sent the fastest chariot possible. That didn't give a lot of favor. I'm gonna need a lot more than that. Caesar's very angry. Daddy is angry. It's not Daddy. Oh, there we go. I heard you had more money. I hereby give you the privilege of providing additional funds for the good of Rome. Send them soon. I'll consider constructing a statue in your honor. I don't think you will. So, from the looks of it, we're going to be able to get 10 favor per each of these. Hopefully he doesn't demand too much. And hopefully we don't face devolution. And then we can give him what he needs. And once our favor is in a good position and our money is in a good position... Wait, that wasn't even 10, was it? Oh, we got a -2 for the turn of the year. So I have to fulfill another at least 6, probably 7 or 8 of those. That's a lot of money. Hell of a lot of money. Gives me a reason not to send him tons of tribute, at least. You saying the last one only gave 5? Alright, let's fulfill another one. Let's give him the 10 grand, maybe. Instantly takes that out of the coffers, so he can't cheese and fulfill all of them going into turbo debt. Okay, that seemed to have given 10. Feel like I have every right to be worried about this. Let's squeeze every penny we can. Alright, well, prosperity's there, culture there, peace is getting there. We just need the favor, and the population should be easy, but it could backfire. Hey, look at that. He hates where he lives, but otherwise he's happy. Have a couple of gardens. Have more than a couple of gardens. We all love hovels, probably. Well, we're making that mad money. Nice thing is, if I don't make a lot of positive money in the year, then at least the tribute won't be so high. And thankfully, he still gives me time for this. He's got ambivalence. After I sent enough money to bail out all of Rome, he's ambivalent. What a guy. There is a thought to start building this up here, but I'm going to wait. Oh, that was too much. I'd like to get rid of all of the make work, but we actually might run into some make work related problems. How are the demographics looking? Bad. Lots and lots of people are retiring year on year, and I have no replacements. I don't like it when things look bad. I can fix them, but really what I just need to do is give Toga Boy all of the money ever. I'll give him the big one. Give him the 15k and see how he feels. We go from 48 to 58. And he said, oh, you've got money, do you? I'd like even more. Give me... Oh, 20,000, 19,000. Might have to pick and choose these. Freaking Caesar is treating me like his own little purse to dip his greasy wee hands in. Could you just delete a bunch of houses and kick out the old folks and then rebuild and bring in younger? Yes, but that doesn't lead to things being very stable, and just kicking people out and bringing them back in takes time, and during that time, there's a good chance that your services will suffer and then your patricians will devolve because there won't be people staffing the library or the hospital. They'll lose access and go away, so I don't recommend doing that. Okay, so it seems like he's really wanting the big numbers now. I'm going to try filling one of the big numbers and see if it does me a lot better on the favor. There better be a lot of statues being built of me. Okay, well, as long as we get that favor up to 100, we should be okay. Not really much to do, but sit back and hope we'll be okay. But like I said, year on year, that employment number starts to look worse and worse. I'm going to need to bring back some additional workers. Probably some of the ones that I got rid of around here. Oh, but some of these are still okay, right? You'll all be watered. Seems to be plenty of food up here, but they don't like how undesirable me building that is. That actually backfires a little bit. Get in here, Nickies. There we go. Nice merger. Now merge some more. Okay, we got 18 grand or so, and it's June. Let's fill out one of his big boy requests. Let's give him 17,000. See if we get more than 10 favor. We're at 56 right now. We're at 66. Okay, it's not really going as well as I would like it to. That's a shame. That's a gosh darned shame. Also, it's a shame that these people aren't evolving the way I want them to. I have a solution. It's a little ugly, but if we do this, then hopefully they all become Casa. Hopefully they all become Casa, and we'll merge accordingly. And then put the roads back. There we go. Just needed more people coming in because my my numbers don't look so good. Could also cut down some jobs. For example, I don't need this thing anymore. Blip. There aren't many things that we can cut away at. I'm getting a bit worried about this. This is a ton of money to demand. However, we are at Prosperity 100. And the peace rating is almost there. So if we punch through with, let's say, 4, maybe 5 more of the demands, then we can bring favor up to 100 and win. That's the plan. The problem, of course, is how do we get people? Tents won't be good enough. And if I bring in too many people and pay them to work for me, then I won't have the spare money to go and pay Toga Boy. It's not like I'm making money hand on fist here. I kind of am if you count the sundries, but I need to make absurd amounts of money right now. Okay, well, I think I can't really do much, but oh god. Now we are actually facing unemployment issues. How would Brian Boitano deal with this, and how will I deal with this? There's very, very little that I can trim away from my city right now. I hate to say it, but I do need the extra workers, don't I? There isn't any make work in my city, though, is there? I suppose I could calm down on the amount of food I produce for my patricians. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 vegetable farms. Could really be brought down to 5 quite comfortably. So I don't think any of that's all that necessary. Maybe keep that around, though. Yeah. But, okay, so I do need more people in, and I need them now. It's just gone January, so there's not a big deal with bringing in a lot of people on the double, but I need to do it on the double. I really should have built this place up early. It makes a lot of sense in retrospect now. The pre-existing bridge to get people over here faster. So I could use this for plebeians and then use this later on when I needed people quickly. But as it happens, the people are going to very slowly immigrate here. It's going to cause me some problems. Do we need all of those entertainment buildings? Yes. The entertainment buildings mean that my coverage for the city is very high, and we need it to be high in order for these people to be palaces. If it's not high, then they're going to devolve to small palaces and then to grand villas. Because if you have perfect coverage of a certain type of entertainment, it gives +5 to the whole city. So some people can actually evolve into evolve beyond hovels just based on the city-wide coverage of theatres and amphitheatres and coliseums and hippodrome without them actually getting any entertainment walkers, which is a fascinating bit of information to have. I'm sure you are feeling fascinated by it. Couldn't I just wang you into there? Probably. What's the downsides other than blocking the road to Rome? Which is a very big and real downside. I think I actually need people coming over here. So I actually need to migrate you. And then I can't actually have you here. I'll have to maneuver you a bit. We'll figure that out once you're gone. Donk. Right. Need an itty-bitty bridgey here. Just for walkers to come across, not any actual... just immigrants, rather. Not even specific walkers. Which means the reservoir could go here. And then it does everything the previous reservoir did. Is that a fountain? Damn right it is. You'll still be fulfilled from here. Dum da dum dum dum. I want to spare as much space here as I can, farming and whatnot. Farmers, farmers' wives. Molly going on a rampage in Wintermute. Recht. I need people here. How many people do I need? Ultimately, I need... excuse me. Ultimately, I need about 1,400 of them. A casa setup will have 68, so let's imagine 1,468 into that. That's only 20 of them. 20 is child's play. I mean, this setup I could probably cram in 50 or more of them, but 20 is nice and easy. Well, if it is easy, let's not go out of our way to make it difficult. 20. One, 2, 3, 4. And how's this coming along anyway? Five. I should draw the shape first. Is this just going to be a line? I think it is going to be a line. My imagination was like a sweeping road around here, but if I only need to shove in 20 workers, then why even sweat about it? There is no reason at all to sweat about it. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't like that 10th one. Loop. 10. Don't like that either, but whatever. 11. 11. 12. 13. 14. Don't want to block that off. 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Shouldn't be too difficult to bring them up to casa level from that. Of course, they're going to need to be fed and whatnot, but I just want the people in here as quickly as possible. Yeah, that's fine. And I'll probably get them food access based off of these vegetables. Said I wanted to remove these, now I'm not so sure. Just bring in some extra surplus vegetables. That's fine, just grab them there. Don't think I didn't notice that disappearing. Anyway, come on in, my immigrant friends. I have jobs for you to do. I think any demands from this point on will never come due to the game ending. You think? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's assume they all give 10. If I just fulfill all of these, then I have enough favor to get through, but I do need to fulfill them all, and it's a lot of money. And as I mentioned before, my demographics are suffering greatly. Like, this is the employment pool that we have to draw from in the next... Well, this is it for the next 10 years. This is what we lose in the next 10 years. So we are desperate for these new, young, hot-blooded immigrants coming in right now.
Salutations! Life here is all right, isn't it?
Isn't it? Crazy, isn't it? Shouldn't have any problem watering everything with my current setup. Is that true? No. But that's okay, we have space over here for more. Palmar builds such beautiful forests, and I always find myself destroying them. Very unpleasant, isn't it? I could tear this industry down. I think I have enough backlogged weapons and marble to see me through for several years. Well... kind of. We'll save that as a last resort. I suppose what I could do is I could trim it down a bit. Because there's definitely overproduction here. But that's more of a when I'm desperate moment. Right, you see them, you get them merged. It's already May. Why would City Mood be getting uglier? People are indifferent towards me. Let's have a little festival for Venus then. How much money did I just lose? Only 348 denarii. So the problem is people really don't like... Wait, did I ever catch up with wages? Yeah, I did. I guess they're... Oh, I know. It's lots of small tents coming in, so they're going to be proportionately very, very unhappy. I need to get them fed on the double. Well, there's a market, and there's another market. Surely you're happy already. The markets will go along here to get what they need until I can get the farming done that they need. You will aid... Actually, it's not... I don't even need additional granaries here, do I? I don't think I do. Because I can just use the existing granary. There we go. Of course, I don't want anything breaking down here, so here's another Revengineer post. I don't like that position. I prefer this position. Also, I'd like it if you'd merge properly. How's my city health? Health is good. Good is fine. It'll probably drop down to average or so with this, and average is also fine. I can hear my belly rumbling. I am a hungry governor. Ravenous. It's already July. I really need these guys to perk up and be better than they are real soon. 2 marketplaces might not be considered enough. I'll add another one. Can it reach the granary? Yes. Oh man, I just found 300 quid on the street, says Young. Wow, who was the poor guy? I'm assuming you just beat the daylights out of him and then his wallet fell on the ground and then whoop. Oh crap, that was a mistake. I anticipated the merger, but the merger didn't happen yet, so whoops. Okay, well, be that as it may, I can't hang around here. These people need their watering. You're getting water? Oh, by that, yeah, of course. I was wondering why we were a large tent beforehand. Alright, and then beyond that, they will, of course, need their temple. And, yeah, because of the river rapid theming, it makes sense to me to praise Neptune as much as possible. And then beyond that, they... You know what? They do actually fine if I put an actor colony over here. Because it would go all the way over to that amphitheater. To that extent, why not give them a gladiator school instead? because it's more workers, but whatever, I've built it now. And then they'll get everything they need. Does it actually produce the gladiator? It does, okay. I really hope adding this didn't mess up everything, by the way, because it could. For example, the markets here might go and get the pottery. Will they? Yes. So I need to make sure these people don't get access to... Well, that pottery could be a concern. There's a lot of money to just throw over here. Whatever. If I need them... If I need... prosperity at the final moment, I can always evolve these. Good. Religion's coming along. Oh, I never gave them education. Here's a library. Librarian should go up and down, no problem. That's a mistake. You get out of here.
I've got nowhere to live.
That's a real shame, Nikki. I am not making the crazy money I used to. Fulfilling those demands off of Caesar might actually be my undoing at this point. Because now I've just brought in a whole lot more people that I need to pay to work for me. But what I could do is I could actually axe the houses over here, because it's faster to get people over there. The thing is, I know I need these people eventually, so I'm building them now. Kind of surprised it's so undesirable where you are. Surprised, but nothing I can't deal with. I need just a touch more. As do you people. Occasional statue here and there should go a long way. Gardens look better, but, you know, I've already got the statue selected, so there you go. And I want you to get in here, not there. My prosperity did dip, but that's okay. It will come back up. Of that I'm certain. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're not allowed to do that. Devolve a bit, merge, and re-evolve. Bonk. There we go. Nay concerned. Yeah, that denarii situation is a growing concern. And the employee situation is a concern. If I need employees, I believe I said that getting rid of some of the weapons industry is acceptable losses right now. Power corrupts, lure salant. Well, that's fine. My argument is power not abused isn't really power at all. Don't know what it is, but... Is this going to be enough? I might actually need more farming done, and I'm not happy about that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 added farms. Basically, one of them will feed a little more than 2 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, I mean, doing a lot more than that. Are they even all getting employees? That's something I probably should have considered. They've got good access to there, and they've got good enough access down here, so I assume they'll be okay. Part of me thinks that I should try a little harder, but another part of me realizes that unemployment is becoming an increasing problem. Or lack of employment, rather. Lack of people that I can employ, and a severe strain on the budget. Remember, I can't send Caesar imaginary money, I have to send him real money. And I'm running out of real money. Damn, Caesar took quite a lot of tribute last year. On the plus side, I can clear the earlier ones easier. I can give him the 13. I'll give him 13 grand right now, no big deal. And that'll bring me up to 72 favor, but the problem is I'm going to need to fulfill 4 more of his demands if I want to win. And am I going to have the time and the money to give him those 4 demands? I don't know. because with these new people added, the pressure on my wages has just grown. And it's a very real pressure. And these freaking Palmar pebbles are also quite a bit of pressure.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá?
Well, we're over the 7k population, and I think there's enough space for the rest of the lads. Those favor drops are brutal, though. 2 every year. And there's nothing I can do about that favor drop. It's inherent. You'll always lose 2 favor per year, or 1 if you draw yourself a lower salary than you are allowed to have. But that's not possible for me because I'm locked at citizen rank and I can't go below citizen. I think I saw a protester over here, which is slightly amusing. I'm just going to leave them as crappy tents. In fact, I could probably delete one of the tents and delete this one. Just get rid of all the road leading up here to begin with. Should be fine, assuming that the engineer is okay running around in squares. How do my people feel about me these days? They're pleased. Okay, good. I like it when my people are pleased. This is the only tent remaining in the city, right? Purging it wouldn't be any big deal, but there's no need to, so I'm not going to bother.
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
I don't care, just get in. I need another 915 people. Do I have 915 spaces? It looks like I have 50 times 200, 50 times 20, so I should have... Yeah, I should have 1,000 spaces right here. And if I need a little bit more, then I can do a little bit of evolution, but a little bit is all I should really need. Prosperity 99 should go to Prosperity 100 at the turn of the year. Unfortunately, my unemployment is also going to grow. That is actually very concerning. These people are taking the fish as well. That is taking the mick. At least the houses won't be taking the fish. They'll take some fruit, which is unpleasant, but it shouldn't impact the patricians. What is this? Oh no. Okay, right, that is a problem. Because I've brought in more people, the coverage has dropped. I need a number of theaters. 14 does 700 people. Where can I cram buildings in? Ah, good, I left myself places for cramming buildings in. Theatre, theatre. As the amphitheatres are a bit more problematic. Those things are Xbox huge. And I don't want to put them over here because I'm going to mess up with some of the walkers. Absolutely Xbox huge. Ah, there we go. That should hopefully revolve you. Ah, not enough variety of entertainment. Don't give me that. There's perfect entertainment. Wait a minute. Is that actually the problem? Entertainment theater, yes. Entertainment amphitheater, no. Why not? Must be you. You must be stopping this from supplying that. Okay. Can I then put an actor colony here and be happy? Good thing they only went down to large villa. If they went down to... Okay, there we go. There's the dude. Whew. Up they go. Up they go. Don't be doing this to me. I need your tax money. It's also population that I'm going to have to shove back in there. Oh, that's bad. That's really, really bad. All because of you. Maybe I need to delete you and put you back in, and then you're going to think about how you want to supply that amphitheater. There we go. Whew. Too close for comfort, man. But yeah, I'm going to be waiting on those people coming back in, which is a bit of a pain on my finances, because Toga Boy needs it all. No kidding, he needs it all. Oh my gosh, that curb stomped my prosperity because it happened at the turn of the year. That shouldn't be a problem. We'll get that back. We have a few years to wait anyway. That's 3 years of prosperity getting back, and it's going to take me at least 3 years to get the favor. Unemployment remains a problem, though. My people are not going to be happy. I'm wondering if it would be cheaper just to throw festivals rather than create work for them, though. I think I currently need to do both. There's also the idea that I could remove houses from here and put them back in later. Which might be what I end up doing. Question for those versed in the forbidden arts. Can you force a walk at tax collector coming from the Senate? Yes, you can. I don't use forced walkers because I think they're cringe. But you could. I have done some mats with forced walkers. My favorite walkers to force are market ladies, so you can force a huge coverage. But I still don't like to do it. A lot of Bruegel's maps use forced walkers, and he is incredibly good at using them. I couldn't make them sing the way he does. They still get theatre access, they still get amphitheatre access, and they still get Colosseum access. The two things that almost always cause my devolutions on patrician housing is market ladies and entertainment. I mean, yeah, building a gladiator school over here was enough to cause devolution issues here, because the way that entertainment walkers choose their destinations is real black magic. I don't know if anybody truly understands how they work. Speaking of never truly understanding somebody, Toga Boy wants ridiculous money. I need to give it to him. And I need to give it to him such that it looks like I make a loss each year so that he... Why that curb stomp my prosperity? I might actually lose horribly to lack of prosperity then. I don't remember if sundries counts towards prosperity, but it probably does. Where's our prosperity information? Here it is. City loses money is going to bring it down a bit, and I will lose the +2 from city making profit as well. But we will get the villas thing, we'll get the tents and shacks thing, the unemployment thing. I think you always get the Grand Insulae of more than one type of food thing, because that's probably bugged. And we'll get the wage thing, but it might hurt. Might hurt a lot. Should I then give Caesar his demand now? Because if I don't, he's going to take a lot of money off of me in tribute. In the end, I should chase the money. So here you go, Caesar. Have 16,000 denarii. Ouch. But at least we're on 80 favor. Yeah, I'm curious how much my prosperity is going to grow in a year like this. Obviously, active hippodrome is out of the question. We don't have the space to build it, let alone the employees to run the place. The fruit is under some immense pressure. I thought part of my plan was to shift out some of this for additional fruit, so additional fruit we shall have. After all, I must bend over backwards to see to my patricians. Alright, we're on 79 prosperity, turn of the year comes around, and we end up with Too much unemployment, actually. Donk. 81, yeah, that's a huge problem. That prosperity needs to grow. That means this year I'm just going to make tons of money to boost prosperity. That is a very, very real problem I have now. It's becoming harder and harder to make money. And that temporary dip in prosperity is going to curb stomp me. The cats are pinching the fruit, but they're not eating the fruit. They just eat the first one they have available. So they have 293 fruit, fast forward a bit. 293 fruit, fast forward a bit. 293 fruit, fast forward a bit. 293 fruit. They're eating the vegetables. Although the marketplace is... The market ladies aren't going and getting all the veg that I want them to. Yeah, well. They might be wasting their time trying to get fruit that they can't really get, but whatever. The food is flowing and the patricians are happy. I'm okay with that. Well, I'm not okay with is Caesar. That is the definite time limit right there. I must make this money. I must give it to him, and I must get my prosperity up. And that prosperity is proving to be the more difficult part. The population is also proving to be a little bit slow at rising. And of course, every additional population is making it more expensive for me to run wages. There's a little bit of a gap in the amount of weapons I have as well, which might also prove concerning. Can you make more trade or spend less? Spending less means removing jobs or lowering wages. Lowering wages is out of the question, so it means fewer jobs. If there are fewer jobs, then the unemployment rate grows, and I can counter that by destroying houses. But I need the population. Or maybe I should just destroy the houses anyway, right? We can get those back pretty quickly. It's just... yeah, how quickly is quickly enough? Troubling. At least that's perfect enough. Believe. Could you give the plebes some pots? Pottery is absurdly expensive in this scenario. 1 unit of pottery costs me 380. Or rather, 1 cartload of pottery. 380 is not worth giving to the plebes because I can't tax the plebes because I don't have a forum. The forum is right here, but you're intended not to use it. Palmar probably should have deleted it, but he did not. If I could put down forums, I would be making so much money. So how much prosperity are we getting this year? I think we should get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prosperity, bringing us up to 86. More would be better. But I think it'll be 85. Plus 5 to bring us up to 86. Oh no, I made absurd amounts of prosperity because I'm a really freaking good governor. Unfortunately, that means I spent tons of money giving Caesar his tribute. Shrug a bug. Still needs to be done. Running out of time for this. Alex says, hey, I was streaming some ITG tonight. Oh, very good. I haven't streamed any DDR for about a month. And even then, it was just one time and probably a month before that since the previous one. But boy, do I love some DDR. Alright, the population is getting there at least. This is really, really tight. It's a shame there was no vote on this. Yeah, both the lobbies would be wincing right now. Oh well, save and save often. Do I take another... Yeah, I think we still don't pay Caesar this year. That means he's going to take another big bite out of my budget. But we don't pay Caesar, and we are going to cut jobs soon. And my people will be unhappy, and I'll just tell them to suck a fat one. I need the money. But yeah, we're going to get our big chunk of prosperity this year, and then we're going to unload as much as we can onto Caesar to make a loss on another year. And it should be okay. You know, enabling VODs for DDR and ITG fish lips is a bit painful, because Twitch comes for you. Because they have their own strike system now, thanks a bunch. That Daenerys is proving difficult to keep up. Caesar is no small fry in the amount that he wants here. And I need to give him all 3 of these. I don't think I can make that kind of money. I'm just not making it right now. Well, maybe. I mean, here's a lot of money that I have, but I need that big jump in prosperity. Which means a big jump in Toga Boy taking my cash. 50 months until defeat. I might need one more theatre and one more amphitheatre to prevent devolutions on these. Or what I could do is make sure that my population is just below 8,000, and then I can win by putting a single small tent here. And then people can go, shake my head, he tent spams for victory yet again. Alright, let's get to next year. Let's have Caesar only take a modest, 3 grand or so away from my money. Prosperity's at 99 right now. We gotta go balls to the wall. Take the 20 grand first, Toga Boy. There's still room for more immigrants over here. And I want to take a quick look and make sure that food stocks are okay across the empire. My empire. Okay. Okay. Rome thanks me for the denarius. He gave me another 10 favor, right? Because of the turn of the year, the unemployment keeps swinging because of all the people that are getting old and retiring. Don't ask what the retirement package is in my city. So I want the unemployment as high as possible, but strictly speaking below 5%. That way there are fewer... 4% for the books, but as high as we can for my actual amount of money that I really have. I'd love to stop importing wine. Wait, I can do that. No longer accept vines or wines. Then I won't spend money on importing wine anymore. I have to hope... Yeah, this guy will still get... Wait, are you even getting wine? Please no longer get pottery or furniture. I must make sure that these people don't run out of wine. We just need to hold on for a few more years and get Toga Boy all the money ever, and that will bail us out. Ah, these numbers. So unemployment needs to be about 100 people. Thank goodness this is rock solidly stable, but the loss of prosperity really hurt me when these things devolved. I really don't think I'm gonna have the time for this money. I can't risk cheesing off my population either. There's still room for like 10 or so, another few people here. I do think I need another... Let's see, this is unconnected, so I'm gonna need another theatre. I may not need the extra amphitheatre, let's hope that I don't. Dun 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 dun. 30k in 3 years is doable. Yeah, the problem is I need 40k. And for there to be no other problems. Yeah, we are actually just digging in the couch for loose change at this point. I can make a little bit more money selling a little bit more logs. And I think we need to bring back selling additional olives. And I think we need to disable our oil industry because it's eating the olives. And that's a bit more unemployment, which is unfortunate, but just get them swallowed up in my vanity project. The pottery must hold. I can't afford to import any more. I also can't afford to be in the red at the turn of the year, so I have to just accept that Caesar's... Oh, well, Caesar won't really take much in the way of tribute, because I've apparently made a huge loss this year. But the prosperity must reach 100. If it doesn't, we have problems. And I won't be able to tell if it's because of lack of quality housing or because I'm not gaining it. It is 100, okay. We're close. We're really close. And actually, the aging demographics is helping me, because it means I have less wages to pay this year. So I can get rid of the vanity make work project of most of those. The fountains, that is. Okay, now I don't want a single person moving into my city anymore. Well, actually, it means I don't need to do any kind of tent nonsense to hit the limit. I just don't want the overall entertainment provided by my amphitheaters to fall one iota. Alright, Toga, you'll be getting your 18 grand really soon. Maybe your 19 grand, that one's coming sooner. Well, there's 19 grand. Here you go. There we go. This for the win. 18,000 denarii in the next 30 months. Population seems nice and steady. Oh yeah, another thing is nothing must devolve. Otherwise, we're gonna lose people. Toga boy is happy. Boyino de Toga. I'm almost there. We're going to have a reread of the scenario here, because it's very amusing. And those that weren't around for my initial 1 hour of talking about the map before even playing might have missed why we're sitting here desperately squeezing out every denarius that we can. It's worth it, probably. Squeeze every penny. Remember, Caesar's going to continually take more tribute from me. He took 200 last time. Fortunately, because we sent him all the money, he should take less. But there's a real problem if I don't send him one of his demanded sacks of denarii next year. Then he's going to take a bunch in tribute. Rather he didn't, but he must. Yeah, this map is all about the Roman credit card. It's almost a shame because the map is really gorgeous. And if we'd focused more about building a beautiful city around this terrain, that'd be great. You could actually just take this map again, remove the whole sending Toga Boy his money stuff, and then make it all about how you build the city around the raucous terrain. This might look pretty easy to build, because it was, because I only had to build Casa up here. But imagine if this map was such that in order to win, you must have all Grand Insulae. Well, no, another way to look at it is all Grand Insulae plus a few patricians, and then you custom make it so that you can only have, I don't know, 1 cartload of wine per year or something. Because then getting a lot of Grand Insulae in this map would be quite the undertaking. Come on, coffers, don't let me down. Okay. So I was talking about this earlier. And given the money situation, we're going to make about 15k. Okay, we don't have to, but we can sell that pottery. Who buys the pottery? Yeah, let's just guarantee the win, shall we? Goodbye, my pottery. Sell it all. They go by sea, right? No, it goes by land. That shouldn't be a problem because the markets have loads of pottery stacked up. But the land traders are now... Well, they should buy my pottery. I'm certainly not importing it. Palmar and his bleeding credit card. Alright, at least there goes the furniture. Get that sent out on the double. The one house is of no concern. It's of like negative concern. There they go. They buy the pottery. Yum, 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 yum. How much money did I need? I believe it was 18 grand. Next big sailing adventure.
I can't wait to do some trading here. I love a good deal.
Well, not you. You're just going to buy olives. Sod the olives. Are we still taxing more than we pay in wages? I don't want to know how that works. Yeah. I'm going to pay you 10 grand, but I'm going to tax you 13 grand. It's like I'm back in Sweden. Wait a second. Northern map climate. All this water. Basically an archipelago. This is Sweden. Palmar. We're there. Actually there. Alright. Here you go. Bojina de Toga. Garcin de Toga. Where's my money? Where the hell's my money? I have raised so much money, and my stipend is 98 denarii. Okay, whatever. He will eventually say, thanks for the money that you sent to Rome yet again. You mean Caesar's money. And we're there. Whew. Whew, 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 whew. That was balanced on a knife edge, which surely means balanced to perfection. If we had waited just a little bit longer on the patricians or stumbled any worse than we already did with the entertainment problems, we would not have made all the money we needed for this. If our demographics had been a little different, maybe I didn't have my health at average, we wouldn't have had people dying fast enough to be replaced by the young that we needed for the labor pool. If I didn't build these really... well, they're not as dense as I can normally build them. If we didn't build our plebeians up well enough, or we delayed any longer in putting these in, we wouldn't have had the workforce and we wouldn't have had the population for this. But as it happens... blip. Caesar has finally promoted me to the lofty rank of clerk. Impressive as usual. Well, let's see what the game has to say about it. Congratulations! Once again, you've proven yourself to be Rome's finest governor. And I wouldn't have it any other bloody way. Nobody can do what I can do. Alright, whew. Oh, and if you're wondering about the final 5 population, this little thing right here will bring in the final 5. If you really wanted, I could have rebuilt one of the casa over here, but it wouldn't have even reached casa level before pinging the end of the map. Yeah, Rome's finest clerk here, once again. Final funds, barely anything. Good map, Palmar. Definitely a bit meme-heavy with the whole money thing. But sure enough, it put a lot of pressure on me to raise that money. And I'm glad this worked out. I can see now that the superior option would have been set up your Senate here, maybe even make it so that the Senate is in the middle and you force the taxman to go around and you have tons of patricians around the side here. But I saw my opportunity to squeeze them in here, and to be honest, I didn't actually like this for building up. The water's a little awkward, more stairways than I like. I mean, I've got one stairway here, and it was causing me a lot of pain. imagine adding a whole lot more. But it worked out pretty well. I'm not happy with how my city looks. You know, this should burn in hell. This is a bit too lethargic. I would want it to come all the way around and get it fully fed and maybe even fished up. And more than anything, I hate how much small insulae there are here. So I'm glad this was a good Senate-only map, because normally if you only have the Senate, you have no incentive to build beyond small casa. Because if you can't tax them, why bother giving them pottery and whatever else? But no, we got there, and what a glorious map it was. Whew. I feel very accomplished to that one. Very accomplished indeed. Let's remind ourselves... Well, actually, let's get a view on our patrician setup here, and remind ourselves what this was all about. I can do that, right? Where in the world's the right up? Ah, here we go. And let's be kind and not flashbangy with it. We'll gently fade it in. Over the years, my eyes have gotten worse and worse with bright things, so being flashbanged is actually painful. So here's the letter that we get, and it's not from Caesar. Ave, my old friend, my dearest and most capable friend. I write to you not as a consul, but as a man in dire need. You have consistently succeeded where others have failed, and I would not insult you with false pretenses. Caesar is beginning to scrutinize the accounts, the successes, and the victories that I have claimed, perhaps too eagerly, as my own. He demands repayment. Repayment? What did you do to the tune of, what was that, like 140,000 denarii? I find myself vulnerable. Sadly for both of us, your name also appears everywhere on those reports, tying our fates once again with the same thread. I wouldn't ask this if there were any other option, but I need you to do what you do best. Build, organize, and succeed. The lands I've secured for you are truly impressive, lush, and vibrant. They have stunning views of rushing rapids, majestic waterfalls, potential to become a thriving city under your leadership, but there's a complication. The river routes are turbulent. Shipping pottery over these dangerous waters means that traders charge higher prices. I apologize. If they charged any more, I wouldn't have been able to afford this one. We were on tenterhooks for our imports on pottery. I believe in your ability to transform this challenge into an advantage. I've already built 2 sturdy bridges. Yeah, they're so good I ignored them the whole run. My engineers assured me that they're fine work. Yeah, but the earthquake goes and ravages them. You won't be starting from zero. Never say I don't look after my own. All I ask, or rather plead, is that you establish the city here and ensure its prosperity. Yeah, prosperity 100. I haven't always properly credited you in my reports to Caesar. I've caught most of the wine directed your way. I wouldn't turn to you unless everything depended on it, and it does. I'm not cut out for galley life. Sincerely, Consul Palmar. So Palmar has been taking credit for all the cities we've been building. He's been enjoying a cushy life as a consul, and we have gone and bailed him out once again, because if we don't, we end up sinking. And then all the information that we got. Well, thank you once again, Palmar, for a brilliant map, but most of all, thanks to me for building an actually functional, beautiful city. Well, a functional city, and getting through this really rather difficult map, because my goodness. Again, you're meant to play this without the forum and without giving yourself a salary, and that was tight. Whew. Anyway, that's it for me for today. I will be back tomorrow to slay the beast that is Winter Mute, and then we can finally be done with the Long Dark's horrible story mode, and then that should be a banishment of all the god-awful games. You know, I'm David Caged out, and I'm Winter Muted out, so we can get back to having good games on the channel again. Unthinkable, is it not? But until I am back with that, it is a cheers and a cheerio.